Chapter 378 Physician Mu Hong's Breakdown 1. With this page, I can finally assimilate all of those books in the Library of Heaven's Path into my knowledge. Zhang Xin smiled. After traveling out of Tianqian Kingdom, he had visited the Beast Hall, Poison Hall, Apothecary Guild, Tianwu Kingdom's book collection vault. There were more than 12 million books in the Library of Heaven's Path. The content of all of these books added up to an unimaginably massive amount of knowledge. By then, even without the Library of Heaven's Path, his knowledge would be sufficient to awe others. Taking on the 3-star Master Teacher examination wouldn't be an issue for him. I should think about it only after collecting the books in the book collection vault. Knowing that it wasn't easy to produce a golden page, Zhang Xian wasn't in a rush to use it. In any case, this was a single-use item. Thus, the more books he collected, the greater the use of the golden page. At the moment, he was only halfway through the books. It wouldn't be too late for him to use it once he was done collecting all of them. Delighted at the formation of the golden page, Zhang Xian looked at Lu Chong in satisfaction. "Stand up. You are my student, and I am your teacher. As long as our relationship holds, I cannot stand by idly and watch as you are insulted." Helping the young man up, Zhang Xian nodded slowly. Understanding the true meaning behind the teacher and student relationship, Zhang Xian meant the words that he just said. The earnest sincerity in his words affected all those listening to it, as though an impartation of heaven's will, causing everyone's soul to tremble in agitation. Even he himself couldn't help but feel refreshed after saying those words. It was as though his mind had cleared up suddenly. Yu clenched her fists tightly. No wonder Zhao Ye and Mu Xueqing are willing to give it their all to fight for his honor. So, this is the true meaning behind being a teacher and student. She was a master teacher as well, and she had her own students too. However, her understanding of teachers and students was only limited to the impartation of knowledge and clarifying doubts. All along, she couldn't understand how Zhang Xian's students could come into conflict with one another just because of a few words. But now, she finally understood. It was out of pure admiration for their teacher. It was because of their teacher's earnest sincerity in facing them that the students were willing to follow him, going to the extent of even fighting to defend his honor. Incredible. Mo Tianxue nodded. As the emperor of Tianwu Kingdom, he had met with many teachers and students. However, it was an extremely rare sight to see such deep trust between teacher and student. Many teachers and students only come together out of convenience and benefit, and such a relationship was bound to fall apart eventually. It was no wonder why he could win the hearts of all of his students in just a few days in Tianwu Academy. His character and charisma were truly way beyond other teachers, and this included master teachers as well. To win the hearts of others, one had to present his own first. He felt completely impressed. This Lu Laoshi treated his students with his heart, treating them with utmost honesty and concern. Naturally, it was only right for him to win the love and respect of his students. Then, Mo Tianxue turned to look at the guards and the convulsing elder Lin Hui on the floor, and a headache immediately struck him. Cough, cough. It's not that I want to ruin this atmosphere, but Guild Leader Lu, you were truly reckless this time. The people you two are going against aren't just anyone but the Lin clan. Even if the Lin clan don't dare to do anything to you out of fear of your position as the guild leader of the Physician Guild. But what about your students? Your kin and friends? The Lin clan didn't just have the backing of the Formation Master Guild. There's also the princess consort of Xinyuan Kingdom, that unreasonable older sister of Lin Lang. This was what worried him the most. 2 years ago, a conflict broke out with the Chu clan when her elder sister was visiting. So she sent a Jizuan realm subordinate to destroy the entire Chu clan. The royal palace knew of this matter, but intimidated by the Jizuan realm expert, they couldn't say a single word. But now, the student injured Lin Lang severely, and according to the rumors, he even pushed the other party into a fecal drain, humiliating him. On the other hand, the teacher went even further, castrating the Lin clan's third elder, leaving him no different from a eunuch. This was picking a fight with the Lin clan. Furthermore, it was the kind of irreconcilable one. Reckless? Hearing his words, Zhang Xian looked at Mo Tianxue impassively and replied, "Even if I did nothing today, Do you think that the Lin clan would spare me? This. Imo Tianxue was stumped. If Lu Chong was truly taken away today, given the Lin clan's means and connections, it would be a walk in the park to find out who his teacher was. Zhang Xian's feat of saving the gold-tailed lion and pointing out that it was poisoned had wrecked the Lin clan's plans, making him an eyesore to them. Even if they knew that Zhang Xian wasn't involved in this matter, they might very well make use of it to strike him. Thus, it was just bringing the conflict forward. Since Lu Chong calls me his teacher, I can't stand and watch idly by the side. Deciding not to dawdle on this matter, Zhang Xian said impassively, I'm not done looking through the books yet, so I'll leave you all to settle the rest. As for Lu Chong, wait for me here. Don't leave this place first. After which, he walked back into the depths of the book collection vault, and it didn't take long for him to disappear from the eyes of the crowd. He wants to continue reading now? Even with this timing, he still has the mood to continue reading? Seeing him heading into the depths of the book collection vault, Imo Tianxue and Imo Yu glanced at one another, and a strong sense of vertigo overwhelmed them. Big brother, this is the Lin clan. Even the royal family doesn't dare to face them head-on. After beating up their elder, you simply throw him on the ground and leave him to be. Continue reading? There are more than 10 million books in this book collection vault. Even a decade wouldn't be sufficient for you to finish all of them. What use is there for you to read for a little longer? This fellow, perhaps, he truly likes reading. After a long moment of silence, Imo Yu forced out a few words. It had been a while since she was acquainted with Zhang Shi. She remembered that back then, when they were at the Beast Hall, he also demanded to look through the books in the library. After which, when they arrived at Red Lotus City, the reward he wanted for treating the Great Herb King was also books. Right now, even though he had picked a fight with the Lin clan, all that was on his mind was to read books. Exactly how deep was his passion for reading? It was no wonder why he could take on so many occupations at such a young age. This probably had something to do with his passion for books. The thoughts of the duo wandered around the place. Actually, Zhang Xian wasn't acting calm. He truly didn't think much of the Lin clan. While it might be the dominant power in Tianwu Kingdom, he didn't think that it posed a threat to him. Even though Zhang Xian's strength was only at Zhongshi Realm Pinnacle, with the Library of Heaven's Path, he could match up to even a half-Shizuan expert. If it comes down to it, he could also summon for the Steelfang Howling Firmament Beast to back him up, or even reveal his identity as Zhang Shi, a genius master teacher, the senior of Pavilion Master Jiang, and Master Teacher Yang Xian's student. With his identity, no matter how brazen the other party was, it was unlikely that they would dare to do anything to him. Thus, in Zhang Xian's eyes, the Lin clan that Imo Tianxue and the others feared tremendously meant nothing at all. Rather than wasting time on them, it was a better use of time to read books. Lin clan. The Lin clan's elder assembly room was a grand and extravagant hall. It was usually restricted to the others, and even elders would have to apply for permission before being allowed to enter. However, at this moment, a huge crowd was gathered, and the entire field was chaotic. Two young men with faces swollen, as large as a pig's head, were lying on the floor. It was nearly impossible to discern who they were just by their outer appearance itself. They were Lin Lang and GMO Gongzi, whom Lu Chong mercilessly pummeled. At this moment, the filth had already been washed out from their body. But even so, the stench had seeped into their skin. No matter how many times they were washed, green flies still lingered around them, as though they had found a pair of rare delicacies. Just the sight of it was enough to send one barfing. In the room stood the clan head of the Lin clan, Lin Ruotyin, and few other people. Clan head Lin, what's going on? How did my son land in such a state during a visit to the Emerald Pavilion? Amidst the ruckus, a tall, middle-aged man walked over anxiously. The clan head of the Ji clan, Ji Feng. Upon seeing the motionless body of his son on the floor, Ji Feng's face steeled. Rage bubbled deep within him, threatening to erupt at any moment. He knew of GMO Gongzi's intention to visit Lin Lang Gongzi to plead with him. In fact, he was the one who hinted it to him. Otherwise, how could GMO ride a carriage out so openly when he was supposed to be grounded in the residence? Initially, he thought that with the influence of Lin Lang and the Lin clan, the matter with Zhang Shi could be easily resolved. Yet, Never in his dreams did he expect that before this matter could be settled, his son was already beaten up to such a tragic state. The Emerald Pavilion was Lin Lang's establishment, the expenditure abyss of the capital. Not even nobles dared to act up in there. Yet GMO was knocked into a coma in there. Who in the world could it be? How dare he? Did he have no eyes for the law? For the G clan? For the Lin clan? Atrocious. Clan head G, calm down. The third elder has already led a team to apprehend the culprit. He should be returning soon. Lin Ruotian said. Besides, your son isn't the only one. Even my Langer came under his attack. Even Lin Lang Gongzi was attacked? Ji Feng had rushed here immediately upon hearing the news about his son being beaten up, so he was oblivious that Lin Lang was attacked as well. He hurriedly asked, Where is Lin Lang Gongzi? Are his wounds severe? Isn't he lying together with your son? Lin Ruotian's complexion darkened. What in the world is wrong with your eyes? My son is lying right next to your son. How can you miss him? This is Lin Lang Gongzi? Only then did Ji Feng notice another figure lying next to his son, and he immediately leapt in shock upon seeing the face. Even though his son was severely injured, he could at least see the rough, distinctive features on him. But this Lin Lang Gongzi was beaten to the point that he didn't even seem human anymore. On top of that, an overpowering stench was emanating from him. If not for Clan Head Lin's words, Ji Feng could have never imagined that this pighead-like fellow was the famous #1 Gongzi in the capital. It was impossible to guess this much solely from his outer appearance. What happened? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Ji Feng asked hesitantly. He thought that the other party was already being brazen for beating his son, but to think that even Lin Lang Gongzi wasn't spared either. At this moment, he realized that the other party wasn't just brazen. He was insane. The two of them were already in this state by the time I arrived. Lin Ruotian shook his head. He wasn't exactly sure of the happenings either. He had to wait for the third elder's return to confirm the matter. Then, we should treat them quickly. Their wounds don't seem to be light. Seeing that the other party wasn't certain on this matter, Ji Feng chose not to dawdle on this topic. Their injuries seem to be a little bizarre. Ordinary physicians are incapable of treating them. I have already invited physician Mu Hong from the Physician Guild over. Judging from the time, he should be arriving soon. Lin Ruotian replied, Okay. Ji Feng nodded. Other than the guild leader Liu, who suddenly became famous recently, the most capable physician in the capital was physician Mu Hong. As the previous guild leader and a 3-star physician, he wasn't an easy figure to mobilize. Even so, he didn't dare to turn down an invitation from the clan head of the Lin clan. Chapter 379 Physician Mu Hong's Breakdown 2. Not too long later, Physician Mu Hong arrived under an elder's lead. Paying respects to Clan Head Lin and Clan Head Ji, Mu Hong clasped his fist and greeted impassively. As a 3-star physician, he had his own pride. Even though these two were powerful figures in the capital, given his standing, there was no need for him to act subserviently around them. Grandmaster Mu, I ask of you to save my son. Lin Ruotian hurriedly requested. Don't worry. Offering the other party an assurance, Mu Hong walked nonchalantly toward Lin Lang and GMO, squatted down, and started examining the duo. There was no such thing as feeling one's pulse in this world, but examining, questioning, and listening were 3 fundamentals to diagnosing. Even though he couldn't question the other party due to their lack of consciousness, as a 3-star physician, he was still able to determine the rough problem the duo was suffering from. How is it? After a long moment of silence, Lin Ruotian couldn't hold back his anxiety any longer and asked nervously. Lin Lang was his only son, and he had always doted on him. Seeing the other party in such a state had left him discomposed. His injuries are severe. It seems like someone has struck him forcefully, relying solely brute force. If I'm not wrong, the person who injured him must be someone who is adept in physical body cultivation. After finishing his diagnosis, Mu Hong exhaled deeply and stood up. Placing his hands behind his back, he began explaining. Cultivators often use zhenqi when fighting with one another, and one of the most distinctive traits of injuries caused by zhenqi was that they tended to be internal. In other words, injuries sustained from fighting with another cultivator tended to be at one's meridians or organs. On the other hand, the two before him had their teeth knocked off, bones shattered, and skin ripped apart. It was clear that this was mostly done using physical strength. Thus, the culprit must either be an expert skilled in physical body cultivation or a savage beast. A physical body cultivator? Lin Ruotian frowned. He hadn't heard of anyone cultivating one's physical body to the level of a Zhongshe realm in Tianwu Royal City. Perplexed, he looked at the physician Mu Hong worriedly and asked, "Grandmaster Mu, is there any way to treat them? If not, I'll try looking for other physicians, or perhaps invite guild leader Lu over." "Don't worry, it's just some superficial wounds. There's nothing to worry about." Hearing the doubt in the other party's voice and the words guild leader Lu, Mu Hong's face darkened and he gestured haughtily. In the past, he was the top physician in the Tianwu kingdom. No one dared to doubt his capability. But ever since guild leader Lu's appearance, everyone had been carrying doubts at his skills, and this left him dismal. Was guild leader Lu the only capable physician among them? Then, I'll be troubling Grandmaster Mu then. Hearing that the other party had a solution, Lin Ruotian and Ji Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Not wasting any time, Mu Hong immediately flicked his wrist, and a jade bottle appeared in his hands. With a slight shake, medicinal fluid immediately flowed out and dripped on Lin Lang's exposed skin. Tzzzzzzzzz. Upon contact, bubbles started to appear on the wounds, and the glaring lacerations healed at a speed visible to one's eyes. Incredible. Seeing the apparent effects, Lin Ruotian and Ji Feng's eyes lit up. As expected of a 3-star physician, his skills were indeed superb. This is a medicinal fluid that I concocted by myself. It is exceptionally effective on external injuries. Regardless of what injury it is, upon contact with it, it'll heal quickly. It's truly a miraculous medicine. Seeing the surprise on the faces of the two, physician Mu Hong nodded in satisfaction. However, halfway through his words, Lin Ruotian's face slowly turned into shock. "Wait, Grandmaster Mu, look." Seeing the other party's bizarre reaction, Mu Hong immediately followed the other party's fingers and glanced at Lin Lang, and the sight before him left him dumbstruck. The wound that had just healed torn apart, and the laceration grew even larger than before. Even worse, blood flowed profusely out of the wound. Take, for example, if the wound was 2 fingers wide before, after coming into contact with the medicinal fluid, not only did it not recover, it even became 3 fingers wide and started bleeding. What's going on? He had just bragged that his medicine was a private concoction when such a matter occurred. Mu Hong's complexion immediately turned awful. He quickly poured the fluid on another region. Siyila. Just like before, the regenerated flesh suddenly tore apart once more and became even more glaring. That can't be. He didn't expect such an abrupt change. With a flick of his wrist, physician Mu Hong took out 7 to 8 different medicinal fluid and poured them into different wounds. These miraculous medicines for one's external wounds were also effective at the start, but before long, the wounds started tearing apart once more. It was just a while ago that Lin Lang's bleeding stopped and his condition stabilized, and they thought that with physician Mu Hong's skills, Lin Lang could make a full recovery. However, not only did the latter fail to treat Lin Lang, he even caused the wounds to widen and blood started flowing profusely from them once more. With every passing second, Lin Lang's face was turning paler and paler. "Grandmaster Mu, please, stop for a moment." Seeing the other party grabbing another dozen bottles once more, clearly intending to try them one by one, Lin Ruotian shuddered and hurried forward to stop him. "Grandmaster Mu, I invited you here to treat my son, not to kill him. If you continue on like this, my son will probably die from excessive bleeding before you manage to find the correct medicine. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Physician Mu Hong interjected as his face darkened. Trying all of the medicinal fluids in his storage ring one by one, the frown on his face slowly deepened, and his complexion turned more and more awful. Eventually, by the time he finished experimenting with all of his medicine, Lin Lang's breathing was already extremely faint, to the point that it seemed as though he was just a step away from death's embrace. "So, how is it?" Lin Ruotian's lips quivered vigorously. Even though his son was severely injured, he was still in a stable condition a short while ago. Yet, under physician Mu Hong's hands, his son's condition deteriorated by the second, to the point that it seemed as though he would die at any moment. This made Lin Ruotian extremely frustrated, but he didn't dare to lash out at this moment. If not for guild leader Lu foiling his plans, making him subconsciously hostile toward him, he would have surely invited him over instead of physician Mu Hong. If this previous guild leader was at a loss as well, Lin Ruotian had no idea what he should do next. Based on my diagnosis, Lin Langgongzi's wounds aren't just normal, superficial wounds. I'm afraid that he's poisoned. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Hong slowly answered. Poisoned? Lin Ruotian was taken aback. Could the person who attacked his son be a poison master? Otherwise, normal poison should be ineffective against Zhongshe realm experts. Indeed, this poison is extremely bizarre, so I wasn't able to recognize it instantly. However, there's no need for you to worry too much about it. I will use my Jinqi to expel it. Once the poison is expelled, his injuries shouldn't open up again. By then, he'll recover swiftly. Physician Mu Hong replied. After trying out numerous medicines, he finally concluded that the other party had been poisoned. Otherwise, how could these medicines, which were effective on others, have such bizarre effects on him? However, there were countless different poisons in the world. Mu Hong wasn't a poison master who specialized in the field, so there was no way he could identify the poison Lin Lang was suffering from. Thus, the only possible treatment he could conduct was to forcefully expel the poison from the other party's body. I'll be depending on Grandmaster Mu then. Lin Ruotian hurriedly nodded. Replying casually, Mu Hong helped Lin Lang up and sat cross-legged behind him. Placing his palm on the other party's back, he slowly infused a surge of Zhenqi into the latter's body. There was a unique method to expel the poison from another person's body. As a 3-star physician, he had learned it before and was familiar with it. His Zhenqi slowly flowed through the other party's meridians, checking them inch by inch. Here it is. Before long, Mu Hong found where the poison was located, and his eyes lit up. After one was poisoned, the poison would flow through one's meridians and travel around one's body. If one wanted to expel it, one had to locate it first. Otherwise, regardless of what solutions one used, if it was targeted at the wrong spot, it would all be for naught. Lin Langgongzi cultivates the Lin clan's cultivation technique, so his Zhenqi should be of a completely different nature from mine, making it impossible for the two to fuse together. I just have to wrap my Zhenqi around the poison Zhenqi and force it out of his body. After finding the precise location, Mu Hong didn't get excited. Instead, he became even warier instead. Being poisoned meant that the poison had already fused with one's Zhenqi and body. To expel it, one's Zhenqi had to be of a different nature from the other party first. Otherwise, if the Zhenqi were to fuse together, not only would one be unable to expel the poison, it was also highly likely that the poison from the patient would travel back to the one treating him. The Lin clan's cultivation technique that Lin Lang cultivated was completely different from that physician Mu Hong cultivated. To make an analogy, it was just like oil and water. As long as he proceeded carefully, it shouldn't be a problem for him to expel the poison Zhenqi out. Physician Mu Hong carefully pushed his Zhenqi toward the other party's poison Zhenqi, and then the two touched. Just as he was intending to expel that poison Zhenqi out of Lin Lang's body, Zila, an explosion sounded. It was as though fire meeting with gasoline. The poison immediately seeped into physician Mu Hong's Zhenqi. What? Physician Mu Hong's eyes narrowed. Before he could react, his hands swiftly turned black. Then, the poison immediately spread upward, turning his arms black as well. How is this possible? Mu Hong's face turned pale. He nearly turned insane on the spot. He had seen potent poison, but he had never seen one so formidable. He had personally treated a victim of a grade 2 poison before, and logically speaking, as long as his Zhenqi was immiscible with that of the patient, the poison shouldn't pose any threat to him. After all, if their Zhenqi doesn't fuse together, there was no medium for the poison to afflict him. What in the world was this? Why was his Zhenqi immediately poisoned, as though gasoline coming into contact with flames? Damn it! It must be because, Pure zhenqi is contained within this poison. That kind of zhenqi is capable of fusing with any zhenqi. A thought suddenly flashed through Mu Hong's mind, and he recalled some records on a book. Given that his zhenqi swiftly fused with the other party, transmitting the poison during the process, there was only one possibility. That was, the one who poisoned Lin Lang possessed exceptionally pure zhenqi. This allowed the poison to fuse perfectly with his zhenqi, thus transmitting the poison to him in an instant. Doomed. Mu Hong's body swayed. Not only did he fail to cure Lin Lang of his poison, he even got poisoned instead. Mu Hong was on the verge of tears. He was just thinking that he could prove to the Lin clan that he wasn't inferior to Lu Cheng by treating Lin Lang successfully. Yet the situation ended up like this. What in the world was this? Flicking his wrist, Mu Hong immediately took out an antidote and sucked on it in his mouth. Just as his condition just barely alleviated, Lin Ruotian walked over with a panicked expression and grabbed his hand. Grandmaster Mu, what's happened? Why did you? Stop. Mu Hong had just forcefully suppressed the poison aura from traveling around his body when the other party's sudden grasp interrupted his concentration. Suddenly, he lost control of his zhenqi, and the poison zhenqi immediately broke through the two blockages he had just created on his arms and spread across his entire body. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted from Mu Hong's mouth. His body staggered weakly. There's something weird about his poison. Before Mu Hong could finish his words, his vision went dark and he fainted. Grandmaster Mu. Seeing a 3-star physician, as well as the previous guild leader of the Physician Guild faint on the spot, Lin Ruotian and Jifeng were stunned. Who can tell me what just happened? Physician Mu Hong, aren't you here to treat our sons? Why did Lin Lang's injury worsen with every action you took? Not only that, your face turned pitch black, and you even fainted. To think that a physician would get poisoned in the midst of his treatment and faint. Mu Hong, didn't you just confidently declare for us to not worry? Don't worry. With this kind of standard, I would be a fool not to worry. Chapter 380. Knocking, what do we do? Not only did they fail to treat the other party, the physician even fainted. Lin Ruotian and Jifeng stared at one another lightheaded. What kind of opponent did Lin Lang and GMO meet for them to land in such a state? Physician Mu Hong's medical skills are top-notch in Tianwu Kingdom. If even he is helpless toward their affliction, then no physician will be able to do anything. A moment later, Jifeng suddenly thought of something and said, unless we neutralize the poison in their bodies first. Neutralize the poison in their bodies? We don't even know what kind of poison it is. How can we neutralize it? Lin Ruotian shook his head. It was no easy feat to neutralize a poison. Without knowing that poison it was, and the concentration of it that one consumed, it was impossible to do so. Indeed, if we wish to treat a poison which even Grandmaster Mu is helpless toward, we will require the help of a real poison master. Jifeng nodded. Poison master? Right. The great herb king of the Red Lotus City is currently in the capital. Hurry up and invite him over. I heard that Hall Master Liao, son of the Poison Hall, had just arrived yesterday as well. Invite him over too. Upon hearing the words, Poison Master, Lin Ruotian's eyes lit up and he hurriedly issued several instructions. He had some connections with the great herb king, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to procure the poison used to kill the gold-tailed lion. Hall Master Liao Sun? Isn't the Hall Master of the Poison Hall? Clan head Jifeng asked doubtfully. Jifeng didn't have much contact with the Poison Hall, but as one of the most feared and unique occupations, he knew a thing or two about it. He might not remember the name of the Hall Master precisely, but he was certain that it wasn't Liao Sun. Furthermore, what in the world was the Hall Master of the Poison Hall doing at Tianwu Royal City instead of his own base? I don't know the details either, but it seems like the previous Hall Master passed away, and his student had taken his place. The reason why he's here is to send off a seemingly formidable figure. Lin Ruotian pondered for a moment before replying. He had heard the news from the mouth of the great herb king personally. It seemed like the headquarter had sent an envoy to their branch, and Hall Master Liao was here to see off the other party. Regardless of the reason, their presence is a secret. We mustn't let anyone learn of it. After explaining the situation, Lin Ruotian turned to look at Ji Feng, and a menacing glint flashed across his eyes. Clan head Ji, I only told you the truth because of the several generations of close ties between our clans. You should know, better than most, what you should and shouldn't say. Poison masters had a hostile relationship with the other occupations. If other people were to learn that the hall master of the poison hall was here, it was highly likely that unnecessary conflict might occur. Clan head Lin, don't worry. My lips are sealed. Seeing the other party's stern expression, Ji Feng's face turned grim as well, and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. He had no choice but to submit. Given the Lin clan's strength, if he were to do anything excessive, the Ji clan might be history tomorrow, and the Tianwu royal family would be pleased to see such a sight. Large clans like theirs were a hindrance to the authority of the royal family. They would definitely be delighted to see them destroying one another. Not too long later, the great Herb King and Hall Master Liao Sun arrived in the room. At this moment, Liao Sun already had the disposition and authority befitting that of a Hall Master. With his hands behind him and eyes that seemed to peer into the far distance, he felt like an unfathomable being. Upon seeing him, the incomparably arrogant Lin Ruotian and Ji Feng didn't dare to pull their weight at all. They hurriedly clasped their fists and greeted him. Lin Ruotian and Ji Feng pay respect to Hall Master Liao. Different from the other occupations, poison masters tended to have weird quirks in their character. If one were to offend a poison master, he could very well poison one without one noticing, and one would die with utmost grievance. Seeing the respectful attitude of the two, Liao Sun nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, glancing at the duo, he asked, May I know what business does Clan Head Lin have to invite me over so urgently? It's like this. Lin Ruotian immediately replied, My unworthy son is afflicted with lethal poison, and even physician Mu Hong is helpless before it. Thus, I invited you over in hopes that you could save him. Afflicted with lethal poison? Liao Sun glanced at the trio lying on the ground, including physician Mu Hong, impassively and replied, They're indeed poisoned. However, why should I help you? What business of it is mine that your son got poisoned? Other people might be eager to suck up to your Lin clan, but I'm not interested in it at all. Seeing the nonchalance on the other party's face, Lin Ruotian's face flushed. He felt so stifled that he could puke blood at this moment. The Lin clan was the #1 clan in Tianwu Kingdom, and all along, he had been the one to crush others with his authority and demanding for privileges from others. When was anyone able to speak to him like that? However, before this dangerous man, he didn't dare to act up at all. The other party was indeed weaker than him, but poison masters tended to have numerous bizarre means up their sleeves, and they couldn't be measured simply by their cultivation. There were plenty of weak people who were capable of killing experts stronger than them. Not only was this Liao Sun the hall master of the poison hall, he was also a Zhengshi realm pinnacle expert as well. It was in Lin Ruotian's best interest not to offend the other party. Otherwise, if the other party were to fly into a rage, he might just poison everyone in the residence. Thinking of this, no matter how infuriated Lin Ruotian was, he could only suppress his rage down. With a flick of his wrist, a jade bottle appeared in his grasp. This is the Golden Origin Pill, a Grade 3 intermediate pill. This is forged by Grandmaster Tai Yu of Xinyuan Kingdom, and it has reached the level of perfection. It'll definitely help your cultivation to advance upon consumption, and you might even step into the level of a half Jizuan. The attribute of the Golden Origin Pill was metal, and metal had a sharp nature. The pill carried the effect of breaking through the bottlenecks one faced in one's cultivation. Furthermore, at the level of perfection, the value of this pill was immense, rivaling that of a spirit stone. It wasn't an easy decision for Lin Ruotian to take this out. Golden Origin Pill? Without even looking at it, Liao Sun waved his hands in disdain and said, Pills are useless to poison masters. Don't even bother taking such stuff out. You'll embarrass yourself. Poison masters cultivated poison attribute cultivation techniques, and they consumed poisonous substances to augment their cultivation. Pills didn't have much of a use to them. Not expecting that the other party would treat the item he had to undergo a mental turmoil to take out with disdain. Lin Ruotian's face immediately reddened in embarrassment. At this moment, He was completely lost, not knowing what else he could offer the other party. All right, how about this? I'll state my terms, and as long as you can accomplish it, not only will I help you resolve your son's poison, I can even kill someone for you. Liao Sun glanced at Lin Ruotian and said, "Feel free to speak." Seeing that the situation wasn't completely hopeless, a spark of hope appeared in Lin Ruotian's eyes. "Simple. I heard that your Lin clan is extremely influential in the kingdom. Thus, I hope that you can help to construct a trading hub for poison masters in the capital." Liao Sun revealed his motive. If not for this, he would never have come here. Poison masters couldn't just stay in the poison hall for their entire life. They also had to come out and trade with others. If a trading hub could be built here, it would mean that the identity of poison masters would be officially recognized. If so, they could avoid many troubles, and there would be no need for them to intentionally hide from public view. Lin Ruotian hesitated for a moment. "I believe that you should know that even though our Lin clan possess immense authority in Tianwu Kingdom, we aren't the true ruler of the country. I'm afraid that we might incur the displeasure of the guilds if we were to build a trading hub here all of a sudden. Don't beat around the bush. The great Herb King has already told me what you're up to. Didn't you poison the gold-tailed lion so that you can replace the monarchy? Don't worry. As long as you agree to my request, we have a poison that can deal with that Jizuan Realm Guardian beast." Liao Sun replied impassively. "You have a poison that can deal with Jizuan Realm savage beasts?" Lin Ruotian's eyes lit up. The sudden breakthrough of the gold-tailed lion had forced him to rein him in ambitions. The promise of Hall Master Liao had caused his ambitions to emerge once more. Honestly speaking, even without opening up a trading hub, poison masters were still trading in public. In truth, the Red Lotus City was already the largest trading hub for poison masters. In a sense, opening a trading hub in the capital wouldn't change anything, yet at the same time, he could pull an expert to his side. Why should he turn down such a beneficial deal? Thus, Lin Ruotian nodded, and just as he was about to speak, a guard suddenly rushed in. "Clanhead, this is bad." Even before reaching the room, the guard's voice had already sounded. "What's wrong?" Interrupted, Lin Ruotian was displeased. The third elder, the lips of the guard who came in quivered violently. "What's wrong? Did he catch the culprit? What's there to panic about if the culprit has been caught?" Lin Ruotian asked. Given that the third elder had gone out personally to apprehend the culprit, it was likely that the culprit had already been killed by now. "That's not it. Someone has sent the third elder back. He is severely wounded, and he's currently unconscious. Furthermore what? Someone has kicked his lower body, and he's already completely inept." The guard was on the verge of tears. Kicked his lower body? Lin Ruotian was stunned for a moment before frenzy spread across his entire face. "Who is it? Who is the one who dares to assault a member of our Lin clan?" The heck? The Lin clan had always been a dominant power in the capital, an influence that no one dared to provoke. What in the world was going on today? First, his son was pummeled by someone and thrown into the fecal drain. Then, the third elder, who had gone on to investigate the matter, was kicked infertile. When did the Lin clan become such easy targets to bully? If they were to remain motionless before such clear provocation, how could the Lin clan establish its might in Tianwu Kingdom? It's the royal palace who sent them back here. It's said that the culprit who assaulted the young master had escaped to the royal palace, but the third elder still managed to track him down through the seeking mouse. Eventually, a fight occurred, and the third elder has been reduced to such a state from a kick by his opponent. As for the other guards, we don't know whether they're still alive or not. The guard revealed everything that he knew about the matter. The one who attacked the third elder seemed to be the new guild leader of the Physician Guild, Lu Chang, and the one who attempted to assassinate young master is his student. The Lin clan had spies in Tianwu Kingdom, so it wasn't difficult for them to get their hands on this news. Lu Chang? Damn it. To dare to injure my son and the third elder. He's disregarding the authority of our Lin clan. I swear that I will kill him. After clarifying the entire issue, Lin Ruotian howled frenziedly. Where did this fellow come from? Why did he keep hindering the Lin clan? Was he addicted to it? We are already very kind to overlook the matter of you curing the gold-tailed lion and hindering our ploy. Yet, you still dare to send your student to assassinate my son, even going to the extent of injuring the third elder yourself. You are just an honorary guild master. Did you think that you were some big shot? Men, capture Lu Cheng and bring him to me. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to quell the anger boiling in me. Feeling so stifled that he could spurt blood, Lin Ruotian gestured grandly, and the aura of a conqueror slowly exuded from him. Who cares that you are some mere guild master or genius? I'll kill those who dare to offend me. Even if the Physician Guild headquarters were to investigate this issue in the future, I would stand on the side of reason. Before he could finish issuing his instructions, another guard ran over anxiously and reported, "Clan head, this is bad. That Guildmaster Liu and his student are already at our door, saying that they'll settle the score with our Lin clan today and return justice to the world. They demand us to apologize." Apologize? He injured our men, and he still wants us to apologize? With eyes turning crimson, the final string of Lin Ruotian's sanity snapped. Chapter 381. My students cannot be bullied. Is there something wrong with him? Lin Ruotian was the clan head of the #1 clan of Tianwu Kingdom, a 3-star formation master, and a half-Shizuan expert. Of the 13 countries, everyone would bow to him in utmost respect, not even daring to breathe loudly for fear of incurring his wrath. Yet, not only did this fellow pummel his son and an elder of the clan, he even came here to settle the score, saying that he wanted to return justice to the world. The heck? I should be the one settling the score with you. What the heck are you here for? Lu Cheng, you rascal. I will make you regret your actions. Did you think that our Lin clan is something you can play with? Let me tell you, our Lin clan has never feared anyone before. Since you are so anxious to die, I'll grant your wish. With a face completely stiffened with anger, Lin Ruotian prepared to head out to see what the other party was up to when a voice so loud that it echoed throughout the entire capital sounded. The head of the Lin clan, whoever you are, hurry up and get out here to apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting nasty. A voice seething with rage boomed across the lands. The heck? Who the heck is that? He must be insane to dare to pick a fight with the Lin clan. To be so disrespectful to the Lin clan. What's going on? Hearing the deafening voice, everyone was scared out of their wits. Openly provoking the Lin clan? Who could that brazen fellow be? Isn't he being too gutsy? Get nasty with his meager ability? Isn't he afraid of biting his tongue bragging like that? He must be tired of living. The declaration outside sent the Lin clan's hall into an uproar. The eyes of the elders turned red with fury, and they were about to faint from anger. Ever since the Lin clan's rise to power, when had anyone dared to insult them publicly right at their door? How dare that conceited physician do so? Damn it! Elders, follow me. Let's slaughter that arrogant fellow. Bellowing furiously, Lin Ruotian started walking outside. But halfway through, he suddenly recalled something and turned to look at the Great Herb King and Hall Master Liao Sun. Hall Master Liao and the Great Herb King. I might have to trouble you two on something. The duo stared at one another. My son and G-Clan's Gongzi were poisoned by the student of Lu Cheng, so there's a high probability that his student might be a poison master as well. It is difficult for me, even as a half-Shizuan, to deal with a poison master. Thus, I hope that Hall Master can help me. Poison master? If he is one, I would definitely know of him. Otherwise, he probably only learnt some superficial stuff outside. Hall Master Liao nodded as he gestured casually. All right, leave that little ant to me. It isn't anything much anyway. As the Hall Master of the Poison Hall, there was no reason for him to not know any poison masters in this vicinity. Since he had never heard of the other party, that could only mean that he wasn't anything at all. Thank you. Lin Ruotian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly nodded. Actually, what he feared the most wasn't Lu Cheng, but his poison-using student. Even Physician Mu Hong was unable to resolve the poison on Lin Lang, which goes to show how dangerous the poison was. Given how Lin Ruotian didn't know a single thing about poison, there was a high chance he might fall to it as well. Since the hall master of the poison hall was willing to make a move, then there was no need for him to worry at all. Let's go. With sufficient backing at hand, Lin Ruotian immediately led the various elders, Liao Sun, Grand Elder, Jifeng, and the others out, returning to an hour ago. After stretching his back lazily, Zhang Xian walked out from the kingdom's book collection vault. After more than 2 hours of hard work, he had finally added all of the books to the library of Heaven's Path. Due to him overexerting himself and collecting the books too quickly, he felt like groggy-headed at the moment. It was fortunate that he had experienced a significant rise in his cultivation recently, and he had been nourished by the insight energy when he became a celestial master teacher, thus strengthening his soul significantly. Otherwise, he would have definitely fainted halfway through by the violent jolt in his head, given the speed he was collecting at. Right now, I am only lacking the books at the Physician Guild and Formation Master Guild. I should find some time to finish those books there before using the golden page. Zhang Xian muttered silently. He wasn't anxious to use the golden page. It was a one-time consumable, and he wanted to maximize what he got out of it. Lu Laosher. The moment he walked out, Lu Chong immediately stepped forward and clasped his fist respectfully. Mo Tianxue and Mo Yu were around as well, and they immediately walked up to Zhang Xian. It wasn't that they didn't wish to leave, but they dared not to. If they were to leave now, what would they do about those fellows lying on the floor? You haven't sent them back yet? Seeing that the third elder was still convulsing on the floor, Zhang Xian was taken aback. The imperial physicians of the royal palace had conducted a primary treatment on them, but given how severe their injuries were, this primary treatment was only sufficient to prevent their injuries from worsening. Send them back? Mo Tianxue scratched his head. You didn't say how we should go about settling this. How do we know what we should do? Sending them back was no different from declaring war on the Lin clan. There would be no retreat if they were to do so. We can't possibly leave them to die here. Shaking his head casually, Zhang Xian turned his attention from the wounded to Lu Chong and said, You should be able to tell me about your enemies now, right? For fear of implicating his teacher, Lu Chong beat around the bush when Zhang Xian asked him the last time. However, since Zhang Xian was already involved in the matter, it should be all right for Lu Chong to explain the entire happenings already. Upon hearing his question, Mo Tianxue and Mo Yu's attention was piqued. They also wanted to know what in the world happened that made this fellow beat up even the young master of the Lin clan. Yes. Knowing that there was no use hiding it any longer, Lu Chong finally nodded and explained, Actually, my name is not Lu Chong but Chu Chong. I am the young master from Tianwu Kingdom's Chu clan. Chu clan? The Chu clan whose entire clan of 137 people was killed 2 years ago? They still have an offspring alive? Glancing at one another, Mo Tianxue and Mo Yu were filled with shock. Yes, I managed to survive that ordeal. With reddened eyes, Lu Chong gritted his teeth. You two know about this matter as well? Zhang Xian frowned. Could it be that the royal family colluded with the Lin clan and helped to conceal the matter? We do, but we had no choice then. Lin Long, Lin Lang's elder sister and the princess consort of Xinyuan Kingdom, issued an order personally, and a Jizuan realm expert came personally to destroy the entire clan. At this, the usually calm emperor couldn't help but take in a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. There were many seniors and children in the mix. After the event, I went personally to take a look, and they didn't spare a single person. Everyone was killed in a single blow. Upon hearing his words, Lu Chong seemed to have returned back to the time 2 years ago. Tears began to ripple in his eyes, threatening to trickle down at any moment. He was only 17 years old this year. Back then, when the tragedy struck, he was only 15 years old. For a 15-year-old to see his parents and kin being reduced to corpses, the agony he had undergone was hard to imagine. What happened? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt outraged. His blood boiled. Even though he hadn't undergone this kind of pain before, he could almost see the sorrow and despair on his student's face then. If that wasn't the case, how could a 15-year-old child kneel quietly outside an academy for several days straight, all just to gain the strength to exact vengeance? He also wouldn't have endured the torture from the tempering of the poison body and forcefully raised his strength to Zhongshe Realm Intermediate stage in just a few days. I heard that Lin Lang had set his eyes upon the Chu clan's young mistress, Chu Ling, but the latter refused to give in to him at all, injuring him even. If I'm not wrong, his injury was somewhat similar to that of the third elder, and this caused Lin Long to fly into a rage. Thus, she sent a subordinate to exact vengeance on the Chu clan. Mo Tianxue spoke of what he knew of the matter. Glancing at his silent student, Zhang Xian reorganized the story in his head. Lin Lang was probably infatuated with Chu Ling, and he forced himself on her. In the end, the latter accidentally struck his vitals, causing him to become infertile. Having terminated the Lin clan's lineage, Lin Long flew into a rage and sent a Jizuan realm expert to exact vengeance. Even though the fault is on Lin Lang, they chose to blame the Chu clan for it, killing the entire clan for this matter. Zhang Xian's face was scarily dark. Ever since his reincarnation, it was the first time he had flown into a rage, raping a woman and going to the extent of destroying the other party's family. In the face of the master-teacher pavilion, how dare they commit such atrocities? Teacher, please redress my grievances. Clenching his fists tightly, Putong, Lu Chong kneeled on the floor. His entire body trembled in agitation. Don't worry. Now that I know of this matter, I'll definitely find justice for you. Anger burned in the eyes of Zhang Xian, and he gestured grandly, let's go. After which, he walked behind the men who were in the midst of sending Third Elder and the others to the Lin clan. Guildmaster Liu Yu, what are you intending to do? Seeing the other party walking away without saying a single word, Mo Tianxue gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked. Mo Yu also couldn't help but look over. Not much, just seeking justice for Lu Chong. Placing his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian's impassive voice wafted in the air. He could ignore everything else, but he felt that he should return justice to the 137 people the Lin clan killed, and let everyone know that my students cannot be bullied. What did you say? Teacher brought Lu Chong to the Lin clan, and he is currently insulting the other party on their doorstep? In Lu Laoshi's classroom in the Tianwu Academy, Mu Xueqing stared at Meng Tao in disbelief. The Lin clan was the strongest clan in Tianwu Kingdom. Even her father had to tread carefully around them. Yet, her teacher actually ran to the other party's doorstep to insult them. Are you for real? Teacher had always been a calm person. Why did he suddenly commit such foolishness? You remember that Lu Chong left to exact his vengeance, right? Worried about him, teacher asked me to send some men to keep a lookout on the situation in the capital these past few days, and this is what my men just told me. Meng Tao continued, those men are my father's trusted aides, so there's no mistake about it. Exact vengeance? Could it be that Lu Chong's enemy is the Lin clan? It was no wonder that fellow pretended to be mute. With this kind of enemies, she wouldn't dare to say anything either. Enemies of this level were even more fearsome than facing the royal family of Tianwu Kingdom. Mu Xueqing felt as though she was going insane. No, we can't stand idly by the side when teacher is in trouble. After recovering from her shock, Mu Xueqing clenched her fists tightly, and determination gleamed in her eyes. How could they, as students, remain unmoved when their teacher is in trouble? Even if others could, she, Mu Xueqing, couldn't do it. Senior, we'll go as well. Senior, bring us along too. Teacher is our benefactor, and now that he's in trouble, how can we wait here idly? Mu Xueqing's words immediately stirred the entire group. It hadn't been long since they'd met Lu Laoshi, but they could sense their teacher's earnest concern for them, and this filled them with respect for him. Chapter 382. Shadows of a storm. They couldn't remain motionless toward a teacher who was willing to offend the Lin clan for his own student. All right, even though we've decided to help Lu Laoshi, our strength alone isn't sufficient. I know that everyone here has rather strong backing, so I hope that you all will try to mobilize them. Only then can we truly help Lu Laoshi. Even though Mu Xueqing had an urge to charge over at this very instant to help her teacher, she knew that being rash was useless. She would only be a burden. While she didn't have too many classmates, each of them had a powerful background. Taking Meng Tao, for example, His father was the guild leader of the Painter Guild, 3-star painter Meng Yuan. The others were the same as well. If they could mobilize all of these forces together, even the Lin clan would be hesitant to lay their hands on their teacher. All right. Hearing their senior's words, the crowd knew that this was the best solution at hand. Thus, they nodded in agreement. Let's start now then. Remember, we have to be fast. After instructing the group, Mu Shueqing immediately dashed to the apothecary guild. Zhaoya, let me tell you some good news. At that moment, in the residence that physician Bai prepared for Zhang Xian, Yuan Tao ran over to Zhaoya with an excited expression. What good news? A beautiful lady glanced at Yuan Tao curiously. At this moment, Zhaoya's aura felt deep and dense, and one could sense fearsome strength within it. Even though she was only standing quietly on the spot, one could feel an extremely powerful pressure emanating from her. Zhongshe Realm Intermediate Stage. As expected of a Grade 4 pill. Using the Frigidine pill to further awaken her physical constitution, her strength immediately surged. From Pishue Realm, she broke through several realms to reach her current level. Her improvement was so huge that anyone who heard of it would be scared to death. After the consumption of the Frigidine pill, her pure-ine body had been successfully awoken to 20%. Her disposition became even more refined, and her outer appearance looked even more enchanting than before. If she was a rare beauty before, then she must be a fairy now. Even if Mou were to appear before her, she would definitely feel embarrassed by her own form, not daring to compare with her. Those possessing unique constitutions were people favored by the heavens. The moment it was awakened, one would gain overwhelming talent. This was the reason why countless people dreamt of possessing one. But of course, the awakening of a unique constitution was also extremely difficult. There were plenty of people who knew that they possessed a unique constitution, but despite their hard work, even when knocking on death's door, they weren't able to trigger their potential at all. In the end, they could only die in regret. While the unraveling pill and frigidine pill did trigger the awakening of Zhaoya's purine body, they only played a supporting role. The main reason was because she cultivated a simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art. Her pure zhenqi allowed strength to flow through her meridians and acupoints perfectly. It was with this foundation that her cultivation was able to progress swiftly without leaving behind any traumas. If it was anyone else, they would definitely face numerous problems in the midst of their cultivation. That shameless Lu Laosher has met some trouble. Yuan Tao's eyes shone in excitement. After lacing the other party's teapot with poison, he had been waiting for news of Lu Laosher being poisoned to arrive. In the end, he never heard anything about the poison, but instead, he learned of a far larger affair. What trouble? Zhaoya was bewildered. There is a student beneath him who we never met before known as Lu Chong. For some reason, his clan offended the Lin clan, and the latter purged his entire family. Unwilling to see his students suffer such injustice silently, Lu Laosher rushed to the Lin clan to cause a huge ruckus. Yuan Tao chuckled. Lin clan? You mean Tianwu Kingdom's #1 clan? Having been in the kingdom for a period of time, she had already heard of the various powers throughout the kingdom several times by now. The Lin clan was an extremely fearsome existence. Putting aside their immense influence, they even had Xinyuan Kingdom as their backing. It was said that even the Tianwu royal family dared not to offend him. Why would this Lu Laosher rush there to cause a ruckus? Right, that Lin clan. He went to their doorstep to insult them, demanding that they apologize. Yuan Tao chuckled delightfully. No matter how formidable you might be, you are just an ordinary teacher. Tongxian Realm Primary Stage, and you dare to cause a ruckus at the Lin clan, whose strongest expert is a half-Shizuan. If this isn't courting death, what can this be? You mean that he went there for the sake of his own student? Disregarding Yuan Tao's glee, Zhaoya frowned. Despite having just arrived, they have already learned how fearsome the Lin clan was. There was no reason why Lu Laosher would be ignorant of it. Despite knowing the risks, he was willing to brave through the flames for the sake of his student. How much courage did that take? How could such a noble person also be an unreasonable person? Could it be that they have been misunderstanding him all this time? You're right. Not expecting Zhaoya to be concerned about an entirely different matter, Yuan Tao pondered for a moment while scratching his head. Call the others over as well and tell them of this matter. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Ye instructed. She was the strongest among Zhang Xian's 5 students, and she seemed to have taken the role of the de facto leader of the group, especially now that Zhang Shi wasn't around. Yes, Yuan Tao walked out. Not too long later, Zheng Yang, Wang Ying, and Lu Yang arrived as well. Zhao Ye, what's your view on this matter? Upon entering, Zheng Yang immediately spoke up. Clearly, Yuan Tao had already explained the matter to them clearly before. That Lu Laoshi failed to remain impartial during the duel between me and Mu Xueqing, but his willingness to stand up against authority for the sake of his own student makes him a respectable teacher. Zhao Ye replied. She didn't have a good impression of Lu Laoshi, and she had some qualms with his way of doing things. But the truth is the truth. She couldn't conceal it, and she couldn't pretend not to see it either. Indeed. Zheng Yang nodded. Why don't we go over and take a look? If we were to watch idly as something happens to such a good teacher who cares about his own students, Zhang Shi will definitely blame us when he returns. After a moment of consideration, Zhao Ye made a suggestion. Zhang Shi was exactly the same kind of teacher as Lu Laoshi. If the two of them knew each other, they would definitely see a soulmate in one another. Since Zhang Shi was currently in the midst of the 2-star examination, there was a responsibility for them, as his students, to stand up. That's right, Zhang Shi would do anything for us. This Lu Laoshi would also give his all for his own students. We can't allow anything to happen to such a good teacher. No matter what, we have to go over and take a look. Zheng Yang nodded. Even though their strength was lacking as compared to the Lin clan, they represented Zhang Shi. Even if the other party wanted to take any actions, they would have to consider Zhang Shi. All right, let's go. Upon coming to a decision, the others nodded as well. Given how Lu Laoshi was willing to stand up against the Lin clan for his own student, it wasn't surprising that Mu Xueqing and the others were able to fight against them without backing down at all. Such a teacher was indeed worthy of respect. He possessed character and charisma similar to Zhang Shi. Rash too rash. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Mo Tianxue was nearly scared out of his wits. As the emperor of the kingdom, every single action of his represented that of the kingdom. As such, when Zhang Xian left, he wasn't able to tag along. Thus, he had been getting his men to keep tabs, and upon hearing the news he nearly passed out from shock. He thought that the fellow was only going to the Lin clan to have them explain themselves and apologize, but who could have thought that he would start to criticize the other party at their doorstep, even demanding the clan head to come out. The heck, wasn't this courting death? Men, gather all of the troops in the kingdom and have them wait for further orders. Gritting his teeth, Mo Tianxue commanded. Nothing can happen to Guildmaster Lu. Putting aside the favor he had shown in treating the guardian beast, just his identity as the guild master of the Physician Guild made him a target worthy of protection. Besides, the Lin clan had also stepped on his bottom line. If it came down to it, he'd turn against the Lin clan. In any case, even if he were to try to fawn on the Lin clan, it was impossible for them to back down anyway. Yes, a person with a commander's bearing swiftly left the hall. MOU, go over to the Lin clan to take a look. If they make a move on Guildmaster Lu, try to stop them. After making a few more arrangements, Mo Tianxue beckoned MOU, and the duo hurriedly rushed to the Lin clan. As the #1 clan of the kingdom, their main residence wasn't stationed too far from the royal palace. It didn't take long for the duo to arrive at the vicinity of the Lin clan residence. Outside the residence, they could see a huge bunch of people gathered around. Taking a closer look, the both of them were dumbstruck. That's Demonic Hands Chunjianza, the eccentric Zhongshe realm pinnacle expert who cut down his enemy's hands to cook and eat. I thought that he doesn't interfere in worldly affairs. Why is he here? That's the guild leader of the Painter Guild, Meng Yuan. Isn't he still in the midst of his painting journey? The guild leader of the Apothecary Guild, 3-star Apothecary Hong Yun, and Apothecary Mu Yang? The boss of Tianwu Bank. Seeing the group of people gathered before them, Mo Tianxue and MOU were stunned. All of them were esteemed figures that could shake the capital at its core. It would be an extremely difficult task for even the royal family to gather them, Why would all of them gather here all of a sudden? Could it be that the Lin clan has gathered them together to deal with Guildmaster Lu? Wait, but there should be no need for them to gather all of these people just to deal with him? A thought flashed through Mo Tianxue's head, but he immediately shook his head. Given the influence of the Lin clan, it was a walk in the park to subdue a single Lu Laosher. There was no need for them to utilize all of these connections. Father, they are here to help Guildmaster Lu. Mo Yu spoke up. Upon hearing those words, Mo Tianxue suddenly noticed that they were all standing behind Guildmaster Lu, as though acknowledging him as their leader. In other words, they were here to support this Guildmaster Lu? But why? Even if the royal family were to fight with the Lin clan, it would be impossible for him to gather so many people together. How in the world did a Tongxian realm primary stage teacher who had just arrived at Tianwu Academy possess such immense rallying power? Even Mo Tianxue felt faint-headed, and he was on the verge of going insane. Perhaps it could be his unique charisma. Mo Yu sighed softly. Even though she was a proud princess and a genius, she couldn't help but admit that this Zhang Xian seemed to possess a certain magic to him. He seemed to be able to win over all of the people around him and, as though a rolling snowball, his influence seemed to grow by the day. It would be impossible for anyone to imitate his charisma, not even Mo Hongyi. Look, Clan Head Lin is out. So many elders. It seems like the entire Lin clan has been mobilized. But I guess that's to be expected. After all, no one can stand having a person criticizing them at their front door. In the midst of his contemplation, a commotion suddenly broke out in front. Mo Tianxue hurriedly looked over and saw Clan Head Lin Ruotyin leading a group of elders out. His face was as cold as ice. Chapter 383. Then I'll beat you until you make up your mind, your Lu Cheng? Seeing the young man standing outside, Lin Ruotyin narrowed his eyes. Given how arrogant the other party was, he thought that he would be a formidable figure. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the other party was only a Tongxian realm primary stage fellow. There were so many cultivators of his level in the residence that he wouldn't think it was a pity even if he were to kill a handful of them. Yet, such a person dared to seek trouble with their Lin clan. Was there something wrong with his head? You're the head of the Lin clan? Ignoring the other party's question, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and looked at him indifferently. Teacher, he's Lin Ruotyin, the head of the Lin clan. Lu Cheng clenched his fists tightly. Back then, when Lin Long sent someone to eradicate his entire clan, this Lin Ruotyin must have participated in the operation as well. Otherwise, how could Lin Long, who had already moved to Xinyuan Kingdom, be so clear of the Chu clan's situation so as to track and kill every single one of them cleanly? For the past 2 years, even though Lu Cheng didn't take any action, he had seared the appearance of all of the Lin clan members deeply into his head. Lin Ruotyin? Upon hearing that the other party was indeed the head of the clan, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Since you're the clan head, this matter will be much easier to settle. 2 years ago, you killed my student Chu Chang's entire clan of 137 people. Do you still remember the matter? Chu Chang? That little bastard who got away? Lin Ruotyin was taken aback. A young lad from the Chu clan had managed to escape 2 years ago. Due to the limited talent and cultivation of that fellow, he didn't think too much of the matter. Yet, to think that the very same brat would eventually become a threat to him. In less than 2 years, the other party had actually already reached Zongshe realm. However, since the other party had come knocking on his own accord, then don't expect to get away alive. Killing intent gleamed in Lin Ruotyin's eyes. With a slight gesture, a few elders immediately spread out and circled Zhang Xian and Lu Cheng tightly. Since you're still here, allow me to send you on a journey to reunite with your family. Sneering coldly, the corner of Lin Ruotyin's lips slowly crept upward. Killed an entire clan of 137 people? Clan head Lin, what's going on? Indeed, I've heard of the Chu clan, but didn't they move away? Why is Lu Laosher saying that they were killed? The kingdom forbids murder, needless to say, purging an entire clan. You have to explain yourself today. Those in the area were all respectable figures. Upon hearing the conversation of the duo, their sense of righteousness was immediately provoked. The Chu clan might not be a prestigious clan, but it still possessed a sizable influence. The news that everyone else had received was that the clan had relocated to another city. Never in their dreams did they expect the clan to be slaughtered callously instead. It was no wonder why Chu Chang's teacher would come knocking. How could anyone overlook such great injustice? Even though they were dragged here by their offspring, they only intended to act as mediators for any conflict that would occur. They had no intentions of standing against the Lin clan at all. But upon hearing this tragic case, their faces immediately darkened. Since the Lin clan was capable of silently wiping the Chu clan off the face of this world, they could easily do the same to their clans as well. At this moment, they felt threatened by the domineering Lin clan. There's no need for our Lin clan to explain our affairs to you all. Gesturing grandly to stop the commotion among the crowd, Lin Ruotyin sneered coldly. The Chu clan had colluded with Tianwu Kingdom's enemies and attempted to assault the princess consort. This matter has been verified, and if you all believe it, feel free to check it with Xinyuan Kingdom. You. Rubbish. Not expecting the other party to slander his clan instead, Lu Chang's entire body trembled in anger. Enough. Since we can use other methods to resolve the issue, let's not waste our time on words. Patting his student's shoulder, Zhang Xian glanced at Lin Ruotyin impassively and said, "Since you have admitted that the Lin clan is responsible for the destruction of the Chu clan, I'll offer you two choices. You can either hand the culprit over and have him held responsible for his own crimes, or have the entire Lin clan die for his sins." Die for his sins? You actually think that you two can destroy our Lin clan? Ha ha ha. As though hearing a hilarious joke, Lin Ruotyin stared at Zhang Xian in pity. Where in the world did Chu Chong find such a lunatic of a teacher? If he had continued hiding, Lin Ruotyin would have just allowed him to be, and he might still be able to continue living on peacefully. Yet, to attempt to assassinate his son and injure the third elder, Lin Ruotyin wasn't magnanimous enough to forgive them for that. A mere Tongxian realm primary stage and Zhongshe realm intermediate stage. Did they think that such a lineup was sufficient to destroy the entire Lin clan? Even if Lu Chang had been hiding his cultivation, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to injure the third elder, given his young age and the limitations of Tianwu Kingdom. How powerful could he get? So what if the other party was a Zhongshe realm pinnacle expert? As a half-Jizuan, he could still easily squash him. He wasn't the only one who felt this way. Even those who came to support Lu Laoshe felt awkward as well. To declare he would destroy the entire Lin clan. Even Tianwu Kingdom's royal family didn't dare to spout such words. For a mere Tongxian realm primary stage cultivator to spout such words, where does your confidence come from? Mo Tianxue was also perplexed. Where in the world did Guild Master Lu get such confidence from? He couldn't help but turn to his daughter. "I don't know either." Mo Yu shook her head. During the master-teacher examination back then, she personally saw Zhang Xian achieving a breakthrough into Zhongshe realm. It had only been 6 to 7 days since then, and such a short period of time wasn't sufficient for one to finish reinforcing their cultivation realm, needless to say, reach higher heights. Yet, for him to come over here and arrogantly declare that he would destroy the Lin clan, could it be that he had brought the Steelfang howling firmament beast here as well? As such a thought popped into her mind, she immediately looked into the skies. But in the clear and cloudless skies, she couldn't see any hint of the savage beast at all. The howling firmament beast wasn't here? Then on what grounds was he saying these words? Wasn't he afraid of incurring Lin Ruotyin's rage? You mean that you refuse both of the options? Ignoring the bizarre gazes everyone was shooting him with, Zhang Xian gazed at Lin Ruotyin. Agree your head, brat. Since you are courting death, I'll grant your wish. Before Lin Ruotyin could speak, an elder among the group could not hold himself back anymore. Roaring furiously, he stepped forth. Boom! The moment he walked out of the group, his aura immediately burst forth as though gasoline being ignited. Vigorous Xinqi shrouded the entire area, causing the wind to blow furiously. Zhongshe Realm Advanced Stage. It's the 11th elder of the Lin clan, Lin who? I heard that he specializes in fist art, and he's unmatched in hand-to-hand fights. Out of respect, People have given him the moniker Steel Arm Tiger. His invincible arms paired with his Zhongshe realm advanced stage cultivation make it difficult for even a typical Zhongshe realm pinnacle to triumph over him. Upon identifying the one who walked out, the crowd immediately whispered quietly amongst themselves. Every single one of the Lin clan's elders were famous figures in Tianwu Royal City. This Lin who might not be as famous as the Grand Elder Lin Tao, but he was still a reputable figure in the capital. He was a formidable person whom even Zhongshe realm pinnacle experts were hesitant to cross blows with. His appearance caused Mu Xueqing and the others to subconsciously clench their fists. "Will teacher be all right?" one of the students asked. "He should be. Actually, we don't even know how strong teacher is," Mu Xueqing said. Even though Mu Xueqing's words were confident, her tone betrayed her uncertainty. However, thinking about how her teacher managed to help her to reach Tongxian realm and Lu Chong to reach Zhongshe realm in just a few short days, how could a person of such incredible means be weak himself? "Don't worry. If anything, I'm confident that Lu Laoshi's strength can't only be at Tongxian realm primary stage," said Apothecary Mu calmly with a deep gaze. He had never seen Lu Laoshi fighting before, but he had the experience of forging a pill with the other party. To be able to remain nonchalant before the forging a grade 4 pill despite the potential threat of an explosion, how could such a person only be at Tongxian realm primary stage? Besides, all of the methods that Lu Laoshi brought up to prevent explosion happened to be within his means as a Zhongshe realm expert. If Lu Laoshi wasn't at the Zhongshe realm himself, how could he possibly offer such detailed, precise, and accurate guidance? They're going to start fighting soon. At this point, Zhao Ye and the others finally arrived. Upon seeing the sight before them, they immediately realized that a fight was about to start. "Die!" After walking out from the group, Elder Lin Hu bellowed, and without any hesitation, he charged straight at Zhang Xian. "Didn't you want our Lin clan to apologize or die for our sins? Fine, then let's see if you have the strength to back up your words." "Teacher." Seeing the other party rush forward, Lu Chong tightened his fists and prepared to step forward. "There's no need." Shaking his head, Zhang Xian took a deep breath and stepped forward. Then, his legs suddenly moved. With his hands still firmly behind his back, Zhang Xian's entire body came crashing straight at Lin Hu. Before Lin Hu's steel fist could land on Zhang Xian, his body was already struck by the latter's body slam. Pong! Countless rocks flew into the air. Before this Lin Hu could react, he was already sent flying backward. In midair, blood spurted profusely from his mouth. Under this impact of the crash, his dantian broke apart, thus crippling his cultivation. Putong! Lin Hu flew for more than a dozen meters before landing heavily onto the floor. Then, he fell motionless, and it was impossible to tell if he was still alive. However, given that his dantian was crashed and his entire skeletal rack was fractured, even if he were to be saved, he didn't have a future before him. What? A Zhongshe realm advanced expert was sent flying with a single strike? How did he do it? Everyone was dumbstruck. They thought that there would be an intense battle before a victor would emerge, and they could make use of this opportunity to gauge the strength of Guild Master Lu as well. Yet, this steel-armed tiger was already sent flying before he managed to even touch the other party. How powerful must Guild Master Lu's body be, and how fast must his reflexes get to achieve such a feat? His strength. Imoyu was dumbfounded. She couldn't comprehend the situation before her. It was just a few days ago that Zhang Xian had reached Zhongshe realm primary stage. Yet, at this moment, he sent a Zhongshe realm advanced stage expert flying in a single blow. How in the world does this fellow cultivate? Teacher. The one who was the most shocked of all was Lu Chong. He wasn't just shocked. He felt frenzied. It was just a moment ago that Zhang Xian taught him the importance of using an opponent's weakness against them instead of relying on mere brute force. Yet, his teacher simply charged forward to strike his opponent with his body? Isn't there something very wrong about this? What about the weaknesses you talked about? What about technique? How was what you just did any different from me? Lin Hu. Lin Ruotian and the others didn't expect Lin Hu to be crippled in just a single attack from the other party. Their complexions immediately darkened. Even though his strength couldn't be considered as one of the top in the Lin clan, he was, by no means, weak. They had truly underestimated this fellow. Seems like he does possess some true capabilities. No wonder he's so arrogant. However, if he thinks that he can pull his weight with just a little bit of strength, he must be deluding himself. Glancing momentarily at the immobile Lin Ruotian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhang Xian coldly. The disdain in his eyes from before disappeared without a trace. He was also capable of knocking down Lin Hu with a single crash, but he couldn't do it as easily as the other party had done. Even so, he didn't think that he was weaker than the other party. There were some people who specialized in brawling, while there were some who specialized in battle techniques. Lin Ruotian happened to belong to the latter. Why? You still can't make a choice between the two. Despite having wounded Lin Hu severely, Zhang Xian seemed as though he had just swatted a pesky fly. With his hands still behind his back, he chuckled lightly. Since you can't make a choice then, I'll beat you until you make up your mind. After which, he stepped forward, and his cultivation of a Zhongshe realm pinnacle expert immediately burst forth without any restraints. Chapter 384. Recognized by Wang Ying as an ex-member of the modern society, Zhang Xian always thought of violence as the last resort. And from the looks of it now, he had no other choice. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to maintain his politeness. Isn't your Lin clan formidable? No one in Tianwu Kingdom means a thing to you? Since that is the case, I'll beat you all into submission. I'll let you all know that. There is a type of person in this world that you can never offend. Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle? Guildmaster Liu is actually a Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle expert? No wonder he dared to challenge the Lin clan head-on. With the strength to cripple Lin Hu with a single body slam, he does have the rights to do so. Upon sensing the aura Zhang Xian emanated, everyone jolted. It turned out that the other party's cultivation of Tongxian Realm primary stage was just an illusion. In truth, he was actually at Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle. With such strength, he was definitely counted as one of the top figures in Tianwu Kingdom. Mou's eyes were about to pop out from her eyes. Other people didn't know Guild Master Lu's true identity, so even though they were shocked, that was just about it. After all, while it was an amazing feat for one to cultivate to Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle at 24 to 24-year-old, it wasn't completely unheard of. However, Mou knew of the other party's true identity. Zhang Xian. He had only reached Zhongshe Realm a few days ago, so how could he have reached the pinnacle stage in just 6 to 7 days? Every single advancement in Zhongshe Realm required a huge amount of time. It would be difficult even for a genius to reach pinnacle from primary stage without a few years of effort. Yet, to do so in a few days, she felt as though her comprehension of the entire world was collapsing, and she was on the verge of going insane. More importantly, he had reached at least the level of a 3-star apothecary, master physician, master painter, 2-star beast tamer, and 2-star master teacher. All along, she had thought that his weak spot was his cultivation. Yet, to think that he didn't lose out in that aspect as well? Mou felt as though she was going insane. It was no wonder why the other party wasn't interested in her. With such talents, a much wider world was waiting for him out there. Lu Laoshi is a Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle expert, even above that of Zhang Laoshi? Zhao Ye and the others were shocked. When the other party had broken her sword with a single finger, she knew that the other party wasn't weak. However, she couldn't have imagined that he would be so fearsome. Zhang Laoshi was only at Zhongshe Realm primary stage, yet he was at pinnacle, to be even stronger than Zhang Laoshi. It was no wonder why Mu Xueqing and the others were so adamant about guarding his honor. Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle? You're indeed incredible to possess such strength at such a young age. However, that's far from enough for you to challenge our Lin clan. Clan head, allow me to teach him a lesson. Zhang Xian's strength had caused the entire Lin clan to be dumbstruck. However, at this moment, an elder stepped forward. His eyes were as sharp as a knife and as cold as frost. It's Lin clan's second elder, Lin Xie. He's a Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle expert. Furthermore, he's just a step away from reaching half Shizuan. He is ranked 4th in the 10 Great Experts rankings. Given that he's making a move personally, Lu Laoshi is in trouble. The crowd narrowed their eyes once more. Lu Cheng might be formidable, but compared to the 10 Great Experts of the kingdom, he was still lacking significantly. These 10 were the ones who stood out among the numerous Zhongshu realm pinnacles, climbing to the very peak of strength in the kingdom. And this person was ranked 4th among the group. His strength could no longer be described with fearsome. Putting everything aside, even the 3rd elder whom Zhang Xian castrated with a single kick wasn't a match for him. All right, be careful. Lin Ruotyin nodded. As the head of the Lin clan, he had to consider his own standing and authority. While Lu Cheng was powerful, he still wasn't worthy of him making a move personally. Of course, having the 2nd elder to make a move first was also to see what kind of trump cards the other party possessed. This way, he would be able to make precautions as well. Don't worry, he'll be a piece of cake. Waving his hands casually, 2nd elder Lin Xia walked up to Zhang Xian, and with a look of superiority, he sneered, "Lad, make your move. I would like to see what gives you the right to spout such arrogant words and lay your hands on our Lin clan." You. Paying no heed to the other party's provocation, Zhang Xian shook his head impassively. You aren't sufficient. All of you should come at me together. Since he was here to get back at the Lin clan for Lu Cheng, and he had already revealed his cultivation already, he couldn't be bothered to hide his strength anymore. With his strength, he was unmatched among the Zhongshu realm pinnacle cultivators. No matter how formidable this 2nd elder could be, he couldn't possibly withstand his might. You want all of us to come at you together? You should try to get past me first before spouting such conceited words. Not expecting that he would be underestimated despite being the ranked 4th expert in the kingdom, Lin Xia's complexion turned awful. He immediately charged forward, and his palm smashed directly down toward Zhang Xian. It's Elder Lin Xia's great split. Many experts have fallen to this move. To think that he would utilize it at the very start of the battle. He has no choice on this. That Guildmaster Lu had defeated Elder Lin Hu in a single blow, so he must have felt pressured. That's why he chose to use his strongest attack right from the start. I wonder how will Guildmaster Lu cope with it? Upon seeing Elder Lin Xia's offense, graveness started spreading throughout the crowd. While Lin Hu was strong as well, he was far from a match to Lin Xia. Given that such an expert had used his strongest attack right from the start, even the ranked 1st and 2nd Mo Tianxue and Mo Hongyi would have to deal with it cautiously. Elder Lin Xia's great split might be formidable, but this move is only a feint. His true ace is the consecutive phantom kicks. Standing by the side, Mo Tianxue said grimly. Consecutive phantom kicks? Mo Yu was taken aback by her father's words. Indeed, the great split is an attack with a downward trajectory, and the immense might behind it instinctively made one cautious toward it. However, in truth, it is just a cover for his lower body attack. Mo Tianxue explained, this consecutive kick is extremely treacherous. Back then, when I sparred with him, I nearly fell for his trick. The great split was an attack that came from above, whereas the consecutive phantom kicks was an attack that came from below. The main reason for the imposing might from the former was so as to conceal the movements below. If one wasn't aware of it in advance, even a stronger opponent could fall for it. Then, isn't Guildmaster Lu in danger? Mo Yu frowned, and anxiety flashed across her face. Her father was already ranked 1st among the 10 great experts of the kingdom. If even he had nearly fallen for the trick, then didn't that mean that Zhang Xian was in dire trouble? It's worth noting that the 10 great experts rankings only include those of Zhongshu Realm Pinnacle. As Lin Ruotyin had reached half Shizuan, he wasn't considered in the list. He is in danger. It all depends on whether he's able to see through it in advance and guard against it. However, in my opinion, it'll be extremely difficult for him to do so. After all, even though it may seem simple on the surface, it is actually quite ineffective. The heck? Recalling how frightening the move was, Mo Tianxue shook his head and expressed his doubts. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly froze. He was on the verge of having his final string of sanity snapped. What? What is this? Mo Yu also hurriedly looked at the fight, and the sight she saw made her freeze as well. For a moment, her mind went blank. Before Elder Lin Xie's powerful great split could strike Zhang Xian, he was already sent flying by a single kick from Zhang Xian. At this moment, he was already convulsing on the floor. His injuries were all too similar to the third elder's. A certain essential organ had exploded. With a single kick, it exploded. Lin Xie didn't even get the chance to react before he was kicked. How in the world did the other party do it? No matter what, the other party was the fourth strongest expert among the Zhongshe realm pinnacle cultivators in the kingdom. Upon seeing the sight, the crowd suddenly felt a chill within their pants, and cold sweat dripped profusely from their forehead. They had clearly heard the crisp sound of an egg shattering just now. From the looks of it, this famous elder Lin Xie was probably completely crippled. He had probably lost his functionality as a man. I already told you that you aren't sufficient, but you refused to listen. Disregarding everyone's shock, Zhang Xian shook his head. The other party's combination of great split and consecutive phantom kicks was a deadly combo, and it would be difficult for any other Zhongshe realm pinnacle to avoid it. However, Zhang Xian possessed the eye of insight. Before the other party could make his move, he had already seen through it and counterattacked in advance. Putting aside the fact that the other party's strength was inferior to him, even if he was an equal, how could he possibly withstand Zhang Xian's preemptive strike? This is Heaven's Path leg art? Wang Ying was taken aback. When her teacher had imparted her this leg art, he had allowed her to come up with her own name. Eventually, she decided to follow by the name her teacher came up with and addressed it as Heaven's Path leg art. This leg art was created by her teacher, and it was only imparted to her. How could this Lu Laosher know of it too? Wang Ying, what's wrong? What did you say? Hearing Wang Ying's muttering, Zhaoye glanced at her doubtfully. No, nothing. With a reddened face, Wang Ying hurriedly shook her head. Lu Laosher had moved too quickly just now, and she had barely caught a glimpse of it, so she wasn't too sure. Thus, she didn't dare to speak of it yet. Since you all aren't willing to make a move together, then I will. Seeing that everyone had been shocked by that single kick of his, Zhang Xian harumphed softly. Then, with a swift movement, he suddenly appeared amidst the Lin clan members. He was so fast that it seemed as though it was teleportation. Before the elders could take a good look, he had already appeared before them. Pong 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 pong. The sound of fists sinking into flesh and slaps striking faces sounded. Screams of agony filled the surroundings. Before Lin Ruotian could react, the dozen or so elders beside him was sent flying at the same time. Falling to the ground, all of them either fell motionless or convulsed vigorously. In any case, none of them were capable of fighting anymore. Heaven's Path. Movement art? This time, Wang Ying caught Lu Laosher's movement clearly, and her breathing hastened and her face flushed deep red. She wasn't too sure with the Heaven's Path leg art, but there was no doubt about it. This movement art was Heaven's Path movement art. Why in the world was Lu Laosher capable of executing the Heaven's Path movement art created by Zhang Laosher? Could it be? A possibility appeared in Wang Ying's mind, and her slender body trembled vigorously. Slowly, her face turned paler and paler, to the point that it was no different from a sheet of paper. It was after Zhang Laosher left that Lu Laosher appeared, and after Lu Laosher appeared, Zhang Laosher had never appeared again. All along, they had trusted the words of the master-teacher pavilion that he had gone for some test. Could it be that he had assumed the identity of Lu Laosher to take on the role of a teacher at Tianwu Academy? If that was true, then Mu Xueqing was his student as well? Then Zhao Ye and Mu Xueqing's duel. It was no wonder why he stopped their duel that day, saying that they were being preposterous. It must be that he was unhappy seeing his students fight with one another. He wasn't oppressing them with his capacity as a teacher. Wang Ying's body turned cold. The poison. At this moment, she suddenly recalled she sneaked into Lu Laosher's classroom with Yuan Tao and Lu Yang to poison his drinking tools, and her face twitched. At this moment, she truly felt like crying. If Lu Laosher was truly Zhang Laosher, then their act of poisoning him, that was completely an unpardonable crime. What the heck was this? To think that she played along with Yuan Tao and Lu Yang and attempted to poison Zhang Laosher. Until now, They still didn't know whether Zhang Laoshi fell for the poison or not. If he really fell for it, then how could they face him in the future? Their teacher had treated them earnestly, yet all they had been trying to do was to do him in return. What's wrong? Seeing Wang Ying's slightly scrunched face, Zhao asked worriedly. It's nothing. Wang Ying hesitated for a moment, but she eventually closed her mouth, deciding against revealing her conjecture. What would happen to Zhao, Yuan Tao, and the others if she told them about it? How would they react? At this moment, she felt so distressed and lost. Teacher, Wang Ying was at a complete loss. On the other hand, Lu Chong, who was standing behind Zhang Xian, had his eyes widened to the brim, and he was on the verge of going insane. When he saw his teacher shattering the third elder's eggs with a single kick, he knew that he must be formidable. At the very least, he should be stronger than him. Yet, never in his dreams did he expect that he was so much stronger. Single-handedly, in less than 2 breaths, he rendered more than a dozen elders of the Lin clan powerless. How did he do it? Even a half-Jizuan would be incapable of doing it to this extent. If he knew that his teacher was that incredible, he wouldn't have hidden the matter from him. Yo Yu. While Lu Chong was overwhelmed with shock, Lin Ruotian was about to go mad. The reason why the Lin clan was able to dominate the entire Tianwu royal city wasn't just because of his strength as an individual, but because of the immense strength that each of these elder wielded. Initially, he thought that given how the other party was just a mere Zhongshe realm pinnacle, the crowd would be more than sufficient to subdue him. Yet, to think that in the blink of an eye, all of the elders he had brought out would be either crippled or severely injured. What in the world was this? Lu Chong died. Roaring furiously, Lin Ruotian could no longer suppress his rage. He raised his palm and struck straight at Zhang Xian. Chapter 385. Zhao, your sword. Voila! Might gushed out from his palm in the form of a blinding radiance, heading straight for Zhang Xian. Jizuan realm, otherwise known as the 10,000 Ding realm, was the final realm of the 9 Dawn of Fighters. At this realm, one's physical body and zhenqi would reach the very limits of a mortal, and the strength that one possessed would be unmatched by any Zhongshe. Lin Ruotian was only a half-Jizuan, but the strength he wielded was reminiscent of a huge river, ceaseless and overwhelming. Before his attack could reach Zhang Xian, the zhenqi he emanated had already reduced the surface of the stone floor to dust, as though a massive whip striking ceaselessly on it. Having driven the zhenqi in his body to the maximum capacity, a shrill call, similar to a whistle, sounded in the air. Harmonization of breath and blood, emanation of zhenqi. This is the distinctive trait of one who is about to reach Jizuan realm. Mo Tianquo's face paled. He was the #1 expert among the Zhongshe realm pinnacle in Tianwu Kingdom, and he had a deep understanding of the Jizuan realm. It was said that those who had reached that level would possess blood as thick as mercury, and when one drove one's zhenqi, the call of a whistle would sound in the air. All along, he thought that Lin Ruotian, who had achieved a breakthrough with Xianyuan Kingdom's help, would possess an unstable cultivation, making him of little threat. But upon seeing this sight, he realized that he couldn't be any more wrong. The other party's strength could be considered to be at the top even among the half-Zizans. Under his current state, there was a possibility of him breaking through the final barrier at any moment to reach the pinnacle of the fighter realm. It was no wonder why he, despite possessing the cultivation of half-Jizuan realm and the backing of Xianyuan Kingdom, chose to poison the guardian beast secretly. It wasn't that he was afraid of the vengeance from Tianwu royal family, but that he wanted to confuse them. By the time he reached Jizuan realm, he would be able to crush all that stood in his way in Tianwu Kingdom easily. Even the Master-Teacher Pavilion would be helpless before him then. If Guild Leader Lu hadn't forced him to show his hand, he could have taken that final step within several months. By then, he could simply openly demand the throne, and no one would be able to stop him. Scary. Cold sweat drenched Mo Tianquo's back, and he trembled in fear. If not for this Guild Leader Lu charging straight at Lin Ruotian, Mo Tianquo would never have discovered this secret. It was laughable how he thought that as long as the guardian beast managed to survive, the other party wouldn't dare to make a move. Guild Leader Lu won't be a match for him. Amidst his fright, he was filled with worry for the latter. Guild leader Liu might be powerful even among Zhongshe realm pinnacle experts, but he was still lacking in comparison to experts of Lin Ruotian's caliber. Putting everything aside, just in terms of strength, Lin Ruotian should have already reached 9,000 ding. That would be more than sufficient for him to subdue guild leader Liu. Thinking so, he returned his attention to the duo's duel. Incredible! Facing Lin Ruotian's might face-on, Zhang Xian's face turned grave. At Zhongshe realm pinnacle, his strength had risen to 5,000 ding, making him on par with an ordinary half-Shizuan. However, Lin Ruotian had reached the peak of half-Shizuan realm, making him a difficult opponent for Zhang Xian. At the first encounter, Zhang Xian could already feel heavy pressure from the other party's might. The other party's Jinqi gushed at him as though a burst dam, and he couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. Thus, he could only forcefully face it head-on. Dang 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 dang. Retreating 7 to 8 steps backward, Zhang Xian's internals were slightly rattled under the immense force. Even though Zhang Xian knew that he was at a blatant disadvantage, he didn't panic. Instead, a slight radiance glowed from his eyes, and lines of insight energy slowly drifted into appearance. Eye of insight. But soon, Zhang Xian frowned and shook his head in frustration. The gift from becoming a celestial master teacher was formidable, allowing him to peer into the flaws of a cultivator, but it came with a fatal flaw. The effects of the Eye of Insight were limited by the cultivation of its user. In other words, the Eye of Insight couldn't perceive the flaws of those stronger than him, making it completely useless against Lin Ruotian. Forget it. Flaws. Upon realizing that his newly earned talent was useless here, he immediately turned his eyes to his other gift. Who? His mind jolted, and a book appeared in the library of Heaven's Path. He quickly browsed through the book. A moment later, a slight smile crept onto his lips. No wonder his body feels so energetic. He consumed the blood of a spirit beast. Different from the Eye of Insight, the library of Heaven's Path could perceive the flaws in all cultivators, regardless of how high their cultivation was, as long as they displayed their battle technique before Zhang Xian. The strength, battle technique, and cultivation technique of the head of the Lin clan was recorded in detail in the book. The reason why he was able to achieve a breakthrough so quickly and achieve such overwhelming strength wasn't because he consumed some formidable pill, but because of the essence blood of a spirit beast. Spirit beast was in existence above that of savage beast. Even the weakest spirit beast possessed strength surpassing that of a Shizuan realm. A drop of blood essence from this powerful life form could potentially induce a bloodline evolution in a half-Shizuan savage beast, allowing it to successfully reach Shizuan realm. It was through this that Lin Ruotian managed to reach half-Shizuan from Zhongshe realm pinnacle. On top of that, under the effects of the blood essence, his Jinqi became violent as though a feral beast, and it felt ceaseless as though a river flowing relentlessly. How can I defeat him? Many of the other party's flaws were recorded in the library of Heaven's Path, but not only was the other party's stamina way above that of his violent-natured Jinqi made it difficult to get close, needless to say, injure him. Upon crossing blows with an expert of this level, Zhang Xian suddenly realized that he was lacking in battle techniques too much. Against those who were stronger than him, his disadvantage became apparent. Be it Heaven's Path fist art or Heaven's Path movement art, all of them were centered around subduing one's enemy in a single blow. His moves could work wonders in close quarters, but if he couldn't approach the other party, it would all be for naught. On top of that, under the nourishment of the spirit beast blood essence, Lin Ruotian's defense had become as strong as a savage beast. It was another question whether Zhang Xian would be able to defeat him even if he were to close in on him. Perhaps, even when Zhang Xian's Jinqi was sap-dry, he would only be able to injure the other party. Killing him seemed nigh impossible. In the end, the Heaven's Path battle techniques sapped one's physical stamina and Jinqi tremendously. Even though Zhang Xian had reached Zhongshe realm pinnacle, he was still severely limited by this flaw. Forget it. I won't use the Heaven's Path battle techniques for now. I don't believe that he can sustain his battle state for too long. Having seen through all of the other party's battle techniques through the library of Heaven's Path, while it would be difficult for Zhang Xian to subdue Lin Ruotian in a single blow, It was completely impossible for the other party to wound him as well. At most, he just had to slowly grind away at his opponent. Even if he had consumed the spirit beast blood essence and reached half Shizuan, he didn't possess endless stamina. As Zhang Xin's thoughts were flying about the place, Lin Ruotian felt so stifled that he could spurt blood. The youngster's movements were bizarre and swift. The reason why he blasted his Zhenqi out as soon as he made a move was simple. It was to prevent the other party from getting close to him and to hinder his movements. Initially, he thought that under his powerful offense, no matter how strong the other party could be, it would be impossible for him to hold on for too long. Yet, he couldn't have imagined that. The other party was as slippery as a loach. It seemed as though he knew of the flaws in his movements and cultivation technique in advance, and with very slight movements, he easily stepped into the blind spots of his offense. His violent strength splashed at the surroundings, destroying the stone floor and blasting the air, but he couldn't even touch a single hair on the other party. In fact, even the emanation of his raging Zhenqi failed to touch a hair on the other party. Instead of fighting, that fellow seemed as though he was on a vacation. All of Lin Ruotian's feints and sudden twists were completely useless. All of those traps that any other cultivators would have fallen for was totally ineffective on him. Every single movement of the other party seemed to be well calculated, causing all of Lin Ruotian's attacks to fall empty. It was as though grabbing onto a massive chopper and trying to hack at the only party, only to miss by several millimeters each time. Putting aside how the other party wasn't injured in the slightest, Lin Ruotian was already about to puke blood from exhaustion and frustration. Is this a game to you? We are fighting in a life-and-death battle here. We have already crossed over 100 blows, yet we haven't even touched the corners of each other's clothes yet. What the heck are you up to? Are the two of them really fighting? Why doesn't it seem like it? While Lin Ruotian was on the verge of going into a frenzy, the crowd was struck dumb by the sight. In a usual fight, two cultivators would collide with one another and cross blows. Even if the weaker side could hold on, it wouldn't be able to hold on for too long, especially when there was a huge disparity in strength. But, the heck, what was wrong with these two? No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like those two were fighting, but dancing. Most of the time, before Lin Ruotian could make a move, Guildmaster Lu would have jumped to the side and looked at the other party idly. Then, following soon after, the former's attack would land on the spot where the latter was standing before. In other words, even though Lin Ruotian was conducting the offense, in the eyes of the crowd, it seemed as though he was attacking wherever Guildmaster Lu was jumping from, as though Guildmaster Lu was leading him on. To retreat and advance with such harmony, even professional dancers don't have such synergy. Could it be that the duo had already known each other, and they were familiar with the fighting methods of one another? But that couldn't be it. Seeing how Lin Ruotian was ready to bite at the other party at any moment, it was impossible for him to be so bored as to intentionally perform such a show before everyone else. It's Guildmaster Lu who is seeing through Lin Ruotian's movements in advance and messing with the other party's tempo, Principal Xie said with a grim look. Given that a teacher of their academy was wreaking havoc at the Lin clan, he had no choice but to rush over upon hearing the news. However, as soon as he arrived, this show immediately appeared before him, and a dizzy spell immediately struck him then. To see through the other party's movements and evade to a safe zone before he could launch his offense, rendering the other party's raging might to fall empty. How in the world did he do it? Even 3-star master teachers didn't possess such fearsome abilities. Unless this guild master Lu was Lin Ruotian's father or teacher, and was well versed in his offense, otherwise, it was impossible for him to make such precise judgments. But how could Guildmaster Lu be Lin Ruotian's father or teacher? This matter was completely impossible. He knew that Guildmaster Lu was a talented person, and bizarre matters seemed to shroud around him, but he didn't think that it would be to this extent, to force the attacks of a stronger opponent to fall empty each time, regardless of how profound the movements were. Just the thought of it made his head go blank. Do you dare to face me head-on? Lin Ruotian bellowed. He was on the verge of exploding. The more he fought, the more frustrated he got. A head-on battle? Isn't that what we're doing now? Zhang Xian said leisurely as he continued dodging. You attack while I evade. I advance while you retreat. Since you've been facing me all this while, how is this not a head-on battle? Upon hearing those words, Lin Ruotian nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. He knew that if he were to continue arguing with the other party, he would definitely die of anger before the other party could do anything. Thus, flicking his wrist, a sword appeared in his hands. Then, with a slight jerk, ripples appeared in the air, as though a paper had been cut apart. Do you dare to face me in a weapon duel then? Weapon? Sure. Zhang Xian was frozen for a moment before the edges of his lips curved up. Glancing backward, he chuckled. Zhao Ya, your sword. Chapter 386, Hall Master, save me. Zhang Xian had no weapons in his storage ring, and he gave the one which the elder of the Beast Hall gifted him to Zhao Ya. Since the other party had taken out his weapon, Zhang Xian immediately turned to the lady and shouted, Sword? Zhao Ya hesitated for a moment, but eventually, she still took out her sword and threw it straight toward Lu Laoshi. She didn't know why Lu Laoshi would ask to borrow her sword, but since she was here to help him, she didn't think too much about it. Voila! As soon as the sword was unsheathed, a cold light immediately shot out into the surroundings. In an instant, Zhang Xian's disposition immediately changed. For a moment, it seemed as though he had fused together with the sword in his hand, and his aura blasted straight into the heavens, threatening to slice even the blue sky apart. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, all of the swords in the surroundings released a crisp buzz, as though greeting their sovereign. The buzzing harmonized together to form a pleasant and bright melody. Call of the myriad swords. This is the realm beyond that of sword intent, sword heart? Despite being in his 20s, Guildmaster Lu has comprehended sword heart? How did he do it? Everyone trembled violently in shock, and all gazes were immediately fixed on Zhang Xian. Weapon intent was only the start of a long path for those specializing in weapons. Those who had reached a higher level could comprehend the heart of weapons. Sword heart was the crystallization of one's deep comprehension in swordsmanship, and even experts who had transcended Jizuan were unable to reach that level easily. Yet, it had appeared from a Zhengshi realm pinnacle youngster at this moment, so how could they not be shocked? Sword heart, moving one's sword with one's heart, turning the tides with one's will. Every single movement is a sword art. Having comprehended such a state, there wasn't a single sword user who could match him at his cultivation realm. No, it isn't sword heart. At this moment, Pavilion Master Jiang arrived, and he shook his head. Others might not know Guild Master Lu's true identity, but he was well aware of it. Given the talents Zhang Xian had displayed, if he were to allow Zhang Xian were to be killed by the Lin clan, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would definitely slaughter him. Thus, he rushed here as soon as he heard the news. However, seeing that Zhang Xian had the upper hand, he decided to watch by the side. No? Elder Zhu asked doubtfully. Call of the myriad swords, roar of the dragons, that was the distinctive trait of one who had comprehended sword heart. If that wasn't it, what else could it be? Depending on how deep one's understanding is, there are 3 levels to sword heart: primary, intermediate, and advanced. One who has comprehended sword heart will be capable of nourishing spirit into a sword, allowing it to harmonize with one, making it an extension of one's limbs in the truest sense. Even though Zhang Shi has managed to induce the call of the myriad swords, he has only managed to stir the aura of the swords. He hasn't completely grasped the spirit of the sword yet. Pavilion Master Jiang explained. Sword heart was a realm, as well as a state. It represented the spirit and heart within a sword. Even though Zhang Xian's level of comprehension towards swords was outstanding, going to the extent of even inducing the call of the myriad swords, his understanding of spirit was still too lacking. In fact, he hadn't even come into contact with it yet, so naturally, he couldn't be considered to have completely stepped into the level of sword heart. Then, after hearing Pavilion Master Zhang's explanation, Elder Zhu asked doubtfully, if this wasn't sword heart realm, then what could this be considered as? It's partial sword heart realm. Pavilion Master Jiang answered with a grim expression. He has comprehended sword heart, But due to the limitations of his cultivation, he is still unable to grasp the idea of spirit completely. As long as he achieves a breakthrough in his cultivation, it's just a matter of time before he comprehends it. By then, he would be invincible among sword users. However, to reach partial heart realm despite not knowing what spirit is, how in the world did he do it? Even though Zhang Xian hadn't fully stepped into the level of sword heart, just reaching partial heart realm was sufficient to fill Pavilion Master Jiang with astonishment. Many of the experts that had transcended Jizuan had spent their days observing and researching, only to be kept out of the entrance of the sword heart realm. Yet, this fellow who didn't even know what spirit was, to the extent of not even owning his own sword, was able to reach this realm. Just the thought of it was sufficient to send one into a breakdown. If those who specially researched swordsmanship but were unable to achieve a breakthrough in their entire life were to learn of it, would they die from frustration on the spot? Such powerful sword intent. Zhaoye didn't know what sword heart was, but the sword intent that flurried from Lu Laoshi made her body tremble instinctively. It felt as though a pressure was pushing down on her, leaving her devoid of the courage to even draw her sword. The intimidation from a far stronger sword intent. Those who possessed deeper understanding of sword intent could suppress those with a weaker understanding with their disposition. Suggesting the use of weapons is the most foolish decision you have made in your life. Grasping the sword in his hand tightly, Zhang Xian chuckled. Heaven's Path fist art and Heaven's Path leg art only consisted of a single movement, and it could only be executed in close quarters. However, Heaven's Path sword art was different. Having comprehended sword intent, every single move one made was a sword art in itself. Previously, when crossing hands with the other party, due to the might from the other party's zhenqi, Zhang Xian was unable to attack easily, so he could only dodge continuously. However, with a sword in his hand, the situation had changed. He could fight with the other party on the same footing now. Voila! With a slight jerk, the glint of a sword shot across the air, and a radiant sword emanation shot out straight toward Lin Ruotian. "What?" cried Lin Ruotian. The other party had been dodging his attacks before, causing all of his attacks to fall flat. He thought that using a weapon could widen the range of his attacks, making it more difficult for the other party to dodge, thus forcing him up a corner. How could he have known that the other party would have comprehended the heart of weapons? The heck? How could he match up to that? Even though his cultivation had reached half Jizuan, his comprehension of the sword hadn't even reached sword intent, needless to say, sword heart. With an awful expression, his body immediately scrunched together to avoid the other party's sword chi. Just as he was about to counterattack, he saw another white light flying straight toward his neck. The heck? Sensing the killing intent imbued into the attack, he knew that his neck would be severed if he were to face it head-on. Thus, without any hesitation, he immediately rolled away. Voila! The sword chi struck the ground and a deep gorge appeared. Rock fragments and dust flew in the air. Damn it! To think that a half-Jizuan expert like himself would be forced to roll to avoid an attack. Lin Ruotian's rage bubbled within. In the midst of his roll, his hand struck the ground to provide him momentum to leap up, but at that very moment, his hair stood on ends, and he instinctively rolled forward. Zila! A deep gorge appeared at where he was originally at. Having comprehended sword intent, one would be able to produce an emanation of one sword in zhenqi in the form of sword chi. Sword chi was incomparably sharp and indestructible by those of a similar cultivation realm. Even though Lin Ruotian was a half-Jizuan expert, he was still unable to withstand the might of it. Previously, he was able to force the other party to keep a distance through his deep and powerful zhenqi. However, before the sharp sword chi, this technique became completely useless. If he were to try to do so, he would simply be cut through in the next instant. Lu Cheng, you. Forced to roll twice consecutively, Lin Ruotian was anxious and furious. He roared furiously, but before he could do anything, another sword chi came flying straight toward him. Sila. This time, his reaction was a little slow. Feeling a slight chill, his loose robe was torn apart from the middle, and a few strands of his hair fell to the floor. Sensing the bone-piercing chill from the sword chi, He knew that his guts would be cut through if he were a moment slower. Knowing that this wasn't the time to speak, he continued rolling about. This is truly weird. In terms of fist art, Lu Laoshi could only dodge continuously, helpless before Guild Master Lin. But in terms of sword, Clan Head Lin couldn't even stand on his own 2 feet, forced to roll around the area. The Lin clan is reputed for its swordsmanship, and the head of the Lin clan is a famous swordmaster in the kingdom. And Guild Master Lu, as a physician and a normal teacher, doesn't even own a sword. Yet, to think that the swordmaster is more skilled in fist art, and the swordless physician is more adept in swordsmanship. What in the world is this? Staring at one another, everyone was dumbstruck at the sight before them. The Lin clan possessed a heritage of over several centuries in swordsmanship, and it stood at the very pinnacle of the field in Tianwu Kingdom. Everyone thought that Guild Master Lu would lose tragically upon seeing Clan Head Lin taking out his sword. No one could have imagined that there would be such a twist. To think that the swordmaster Lin Ruotian would be forced to roll around the field, unable to retaliate at all. Wasn't he way too weak? It isn't Clan Head Lin who is weak, it's that Guild Master Lu is too strong. A grave expression sat on Principal Lu's face. Under normal circumstances, even if he comprehended sword intent and sword heart, his cultivation is still only at Zhongshe realm pinnacle. It should have been impossible for him to throw out sword chi one after another. On top of that, sword chi also has a maximum range. The further the attack, the greater the expenditure of one's zhenqi. A few elders of Tianwu Academy nodded in agreement. Sword chi was the emanation of zhenqi. The further the attack, the greater the dissipation. Putting aside the weaker might of the attack, it took a huge toll on one's zhenqi as well. Look, despite having thrown so many attacks, his sword chi still remains radiant and powerful, causing Clan Head Lin to be completely helpless before it. This shows that his zhenqi is incomparably dense and pure. Principal Xie continued explaining. Only when one's zhenqi reaches a certain level of density can one execute sword chi continuously without fearing it running dry. Only when one's zhenqi reaches a certain level of purity will one be able to prevent one's zhenqi from dissipating in midair, thus maintaining its might. Indeed, the crowd nodded. While the crowd was dumbstruck by the sight before them, Zhang Xian's sword was dancing in the air. Clan Head Lin, didn't you say that you want to compete with me in a weapon duel? What do you mean by rolling around on the floor? Bellowing loudly, Zhang Xian declared righteously, do you dare to face me head-on? Pooh. Hearing those words, Lin Ruotian's anger clouded over his mind for a moment, causing him to be struck by a sword chi. A mouthful of blood immediately spurted from his mouth. Madness. This was what he'd said a moment ago. To think that the fellow would bring it up at this moment. Face you head-on? To the hell with that. I don't even have the strength to withstand your sword chi. How can I face you head-on? With his fist, he was still able to force the other party to dodge continuously, not daring to face him head-on. Why did he have to suggest the usage of weapon? In the end, he only made a mockery of himself. For the number 1 expert of Tianwu Kingdom, a half-Shizuan expert, to be forced to roll around the floor. Hall Master Liao and the Great Herb King, hurry up and make a move. As long as you kill this fellow, I'll agree to any request of yours, and I'll even double it at that. After a moment longer, Lin Ruotian realized that if this continued on, it would just be a matter of time before he was killed by the other party's sword chi. Unable to hold it in any longer, he immediately bellowed. The elders in the clan were already crippled, so his final hope was on Hall Master Liao and the Great Herb King. As the master of the Poison Hall, Liao Sun was a poison expert which granted him the ability to kill even experts above his level. Before him, Guild Master Lu's sword chi would be completely useless. All right, remember your words. I'll settle things with this man for you. Hearing the other party's promise, Liao Sun nodded in satisfaction and walked out. Hall Master Liao? Great Herb King? Could they be the Red Lotus City's Great Herb King and the Poison Hall's Hall Master Liao Sun? Someone suddenly shouted, and everyone's faces turned pale. A commotion broke out. Chapter 387. The unreliable hall master, the poison hall, was the fear of all ordinary cultivators. Poison came in many different forms, making it hard for a person to guard against it, no matter how strong they were. Initially, when Liao Sun walked out with the Lin clan, no one paid him any notice. However, upon hearing the shout, the crowd suddenly realized that he was the newly appointed hall master of the Red Lotus Range branch. This matter wasn't well known, but some of the clans with a wide intelligence network still managed to grab hold of the news. As the hall master, the other party surely possessed the strength of a 2-star pinnacle poison master. Needless to say, as Zhongshe realm pinnacle cultivator, even a Jizuan realm expert would have to wary against his poison. To think that the Lin clan had dealings with such a person, their hearts immediately turned cold. Guild leader Lu might be powerful, but poison was something much too fearsome. Even the slightest contact could potentially render an expert helpless. Guild leader Lu is probably done for. Indeed, according to the rumors, Hall Master Liao even managed to kill a Jizuan realm primary stage expert. Given that guild leader Lu is only at Zhongshe realm pinnacle, how can he withstand his poison? To think that the Lin clan would have dealings with the poison hall. How could they? After ascertaining the identities of Liao Sun and the others, even though the crowd was furious at the Lin clan's doing, they couldn't do anything at all. Before the other party's poison, their overwhelming numerical advantage didn't mean a thing at all. I must save Zhongshe. If the poison hall really makes a move, I'll immediately send a request to the headquarters to overturn the entire Red Lotus range. A glint flashed across Pavilion Master Zhang's eyes. Master teachers promoted the equality of education. While the poison hall was a feared existence, it wasn't without its value. Thus, as long as it didn't go too far, the Master Teacher Pavilion wouldn't go to the extent of eradicating it. However, if this Hall Master Liao Sun dared to lay his hands on the genius Zhongshe, then he shouldn't blame him for getting nasty. He would ensure that the headquarters would lead an army to destroy his entire nest. Sword intent, sword chi, and Heaven's Path sword art? In contrast to the crowd's anger, Zhao Yu's face turned pale, and her body trembled non-stop. Even though Lu Laoshi didn't explicitly execute the Heaven's Path sword art, Zhao Yu was still able to catch some semblance of it. This was definitely the move that Grand Teacher taught her. How could this man know the sword art that Grand Teacher taught her? Could it be that? A thought suddenly flashed across her head, and she immediately turned to look at Wang Ying. As soon as the eyes of the duo met, the other party nodded. Really? Zhao Yu's face paled further. Only at this moment did she understand why the other party borrowed her sword, and why his face was so bizarre when he learned of her duel with Mu Xueqing. It turned out that Lu Laoshi was Zhang Laoshi. Teacher, careful. Upon realizing this fact, she clenched her fists tightly together. She had absolute confidence in her teacher's strength, but the other party was a poison master, skilled in utilizing what that was naked to the human eye. Could teacher really withstand it? Anxious, she immediately turned her gaze forward. Your name is Lu Cheng, right? I have to admit that you're a genius. Walking forward, Liao Sun glanced at Zhang Xian with composure. However, it's a pity that you met me. He shook his head regrettably. The other party was indeed talented, but what was the use of it? He shouldn't have made an enemy out of the Lin clan. Only if the Lin clan became the sovereign of Tianwu Kingdom would the Poison Hall be able to come out from hiding. Liao Sun wouldn't allow anyone to foil his plans. With a flick of his wrist, a bottle of powder appeared in his palm. Then, driving the zhenqi in his body, he prepared to scatter this at the other party at any moment. Seeing that Liao Sun was about to make a move, Zhang Xian kept his sword. As soon as the relentless sword chi attack came to a stop, Lin Ruotian recovered and hurriedly dashed toward Liao Sun, hiding behind his back. Kill him with your poison, he roared excitedly and savagely. It was fortunate that he invited Hall Master Liao here today. Otherwise, even if the Lin clan wasn't destroyed, its prestige would have fallen into the gutters. Don't worry, leave it to me. Twisting the bottle of powder in his hands, Hall Master Liao was ready to strike at any moment. Teacher, anxious, Lu Cheng dashed forward, but before he could reach Zhang Xian, the latter shook his hands, turned to the great Herb King, and smiled. Great Herb King, now that you're cured of your contract goo, your guts sure have inflated. How dare you bring Liao Sun out to cause trouble? Contract goo? The Great Herb King, who was looking at the commotion, narrowed his eyes, and he almost fell weakly to the ground. Liao Sun didn't know the true identity of Physician Bai, but he did. The genius master teacher of the Master Teacher Pavilion, Zhang Xian. He was the one who cured him of his contract goo back then. Very few people knew of this matter. Given how the other party was able to speak of it so confidently, could it be that? One must know that he had personally witnessed the disguising ability of that Zhang Shi. Could this Lu Laoshi be one of his disguises as well? It was no wonder. He thought that it was too much of a coincidence for two grandmasters of the way of medicine to suddenly appear in Tianwu Kingdom, so they were actually the same person. It doesn't make a difference even if you know the Great Herb King. Liao Sun didn't pay the other party's words any heed. Roaring furiously, he prepared to throw the poison powder in his hands straight at the other party. Hall Master, stop. Flustered, the Great Herb King immediately charged forward to stop Liao Sun. What's wrong? Liao Sun was taken aback. The Great Herb King had always been a calm person. Why would he suddenly act in such a manner? Hall Master, you mustn't make a move. The face of the Great Herb King distorted, and he looked as though he was on the verge of tears. Hurriedly sending a telepathic message, he explained the situation. He is Senior Granduncle. Senior Granduncle? Hall Master Liao's kneecap suddenly caved in, and he nearly kneeled on the spot. Senior Granduncle. That was a formidable figure who even Envoy Gu Mu had to show utmost respect to. The reason why he could successfully become the Hall Master was also due to the help of this Senior Granduncle. And this man before him was him? He nearly spewed a mouthful of blood. Are you sure? With a trembling body, he hurriedly asked telepathically. If the other party was really that man, and he tried to use his poison powder to kill him, once Envoy Gu Mu learns of it, he would skin him alive. There's no doubt about it. Nodding profusely, the Great Herb King was just about to continue explaining when the voice of the young man before them sounded once more. Hall Master Liao, where's Gu Mu? Has he tamed the lava beast completely yet? Put Hong. If he still wasn't too sure before, upon hearing these words, Liao Sun suddenly felt an urge to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Only 3 people knew of the lava beast: Gu Mu, him, and Senior Granduncle. Given that Gu Mu had returned to Xinyuan Kingdom, and he had never told anyone about it, the man before him had to be Senior Granduncle. There was no doubt about it. Hall Master Liao, don't listen to the nonsense of that fellow. Hurry up and kill him. Seeing Hall Master Liao hesitate, Lin Ruotian hurriedly urged him worriedly. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw a jade bottle fly toward him. Pong! Before it could reach him, the bottle exploded, causing the poison powder to scatter all over him. Upon contact with his skin, an intense itch suddenly plagued Lin Ruotian's entire body. At the same time, he felt as though his meridians were being torn out. The intense pain made him burst into rage. Hall Master Liao, you, he roared furiously. What are you up to? I told you to kill Lu Cheng. What are you doing throwing it at me? Pa. Before he could recover from his astonishment, a stinging pain struck his face. Someone had slapped him. His body swayed, and he fell to the ground. Large mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth, and a few white teeth could be seen within the red puddle. Vermin, I'll kill you. Just as he was in a daze over who would be so daring as to lay his hands on him, he saw Hall Master Liao charging straight up to him with crimson eyes clouded with rage. Pung 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 pung. Hall Master Liao was truly incensed. If he had really made a move on Senior Granduncle today, putting aside his seat as the Hall Master, he might even die tragically. It was all the fault of this vermin. He would never be able to quell the rage in his heart if he didn't kill this vermin at this very moment. What? What is going on? Looking at the infuriated and frenzied Hall Master Liao, the crowd, who was intending to step in and help, were stunned. This was especially so for Pavilion Master Jiang and Principal Xie. Wasn't Hall Master Liao specially invited by clan head Lin to help? Didn't he arrogantly declare that he would kill guild leader Lu? Why would he renege on his words the next moment and start pummeling Lin Ruotyin? Clan head Ji, who was hiding at the very back, nearly died from a stroke upon seeing the sight. Can anyone tell me what the heck is going on? Why would Hall Master Liao, who had confidently assured Lin Ruotyin a moment ago, suddenly become so mad? That was Lin Ruotyin, a half-Shizuan expert. To be pummeled like that. The heck. It is fortunate that I didn't step forward just now. Otherwise, I'd be probably in a worse shape. Lin Ruotyin's strength was originally above that of Liao Sun, but caught off guard and poisoned. How could he still match up to the latter? Completely helpless before the latter's pummeling, his face swelled up, and the remaining traces of humanity was beaten out of his face. Enough. Seeing that Lin Ruotyin was on the verge of dying under the pummeling, Zhang Xian hurriedly waved his hands. Yes. Liao Sun stopped and stood in front of Zhang Xian with a fawning smile on his face. That, Senior Granduncle, please pardon my blindness to fail to identify your greatness. Where did that bunch of nonsense come from? Go and wait by the side. Frowning, Zhang Xian reprimanded. Why would the men from the Poison Hall come here instead of staying peacefully at their Red Lotus range? To dream of usurping power, they were tired of living. Yes. Seeing that the other party had no intentions of pursuing this matter, Liao Sun heaved a sigh of relief, and he quickly walked to the side, not daring to say a word at all. Hall Master Liao went to stand by the side, as though an obedient student. After being reprimanded by teacher, Mu Shueqing and the others blinked, and their hands tugged on their hair in frenzy. They thought that Lu Laoshi would surely lose in the battle against the Lin clan. Thus they begged with the elders in their clans to support him. Yet, before these supporters they had brought could do anything, Lu Laoshi had already sent the entire clan to its knee. Even the half-Shizuan, Lin Ruotyin, wasn't a match at all. They could comprehend it if Lu Laoshi was strong. But this master of the Poison Hall was a figure that instilled fear in all. Why would he suddenly become an obedient rabbit before their teacher, obediently following what their teacher asked him to do? And why would he pummel Lin Ruotyin? Doubts flashed in the eyes of the crowd. Damn it! Damn it! Just as everyone was perplexed, a roar sounded. Looking forward, Lin Ruotyin had struggled to his feet, and a savage light glowed from his eyes. Lu Cheng, you are the one who forced me. I didn't want to use this because it's a huge waste, but, since you don't intend on letting me off, I'll have all of you die here. Roaring furiously, two surge of Zhanqi shot out from his two hands. Wang. A mist suddenly drifted into appearance, and a formation was activated. This, the grade 3 pinnacle killing formation that Princess Consort Lin Long left behind back then? This time, we're really done for. Mo Tianxue's body trembled. Chapter 388. Formation destroying kick in order to protect her own family. That legendary princess consort once requested for a grade 3 pinnacle formation from Xianyuan Kingdom's Formation Master Guild to protect the Lin clan residents so that the clan could be everlasting. It was precisely because of this that even though the guardian beast had managed to reach the Jizuan realm, Mo Tianxue didn't dare to do anything out of fear. Initially, he was still praying that perhaps no one here was capable of activating this formation. How could he have known that not only was Lin Ruotyin capable of activating it, he was even able to do it in an instant, thus shrouding all of them in it. This was a grade 3 pinnacle killing formation. Different from the confinement formations, those who were trapped in the formation would be attacked by all kinds of bizarre attacks. At grade 3 pinnacle, even a Jizuan realm expert could easily die under the onslaught of the formation. Haha, all of you, die. As soon as the formation was activated, it seemed as though countless menacing sharp blades had appeared in the air, threatening to fall from the skies at any moment and eliminate all within the area. Lin Ruotyin's eyes reddened, and he roared in excitement. This formation was the one which his daughter, Lin Long, left behind to guard the Lin clan. It could only be used once, so Lin Ruotyin was determined not to use it unless the Lin clan was in a desperate situation. He was unable to cope with Lu Cheng already, and now that Hall Master Liao had gotten involved as well, He knew that it would be impossible for him to withstand their combined might. Thus, without any hesitation, he immediately activated it. Didn't you all want to kill me? All right then, I'll have all of you die here. A grade 3 pinnacle formation was a formation that could trap and kill even a Jizuan realm pinnacle expert. No matter how powerful you are only a Zhongshi realm cultivator. Death is all that awaits you. Finished. To think that I would die due to my curiosity. The Lin clan actually had this kind of trump card. No wonder the royal family was reluctant to make a move on them. At least we are dying to a powerful formation like this. Despair appeared on the faces of the people trapped in the formation. Formation Master was an occupation at the forefront of the upper 9 paths. The might of a formation in operation was unimaginable. Once trapped, they could only wait for their deaths. Pavilion Master Jiang, you have some understanding of formations. Can't you bring us out? Someone shouted. Everyone immediately turned their gazes to Pavilion Master Jiang, as though seeing their savior. On top of being a 2-star master teacher, Jiang Shu was a 2-star formation master as well. It was possible that he could have a solution to this crisis. I am helpless as well. This formation is way beyond my level of understanding. Shaking his head, Jiang Shu smiled bitterly. He was just a 2-star formation master. There was nothing he could do in the face of a formation of this level. Then, we're really doomed. Hearing that even Pavilion Master Jiang was helpless before it, the crowd felt despair. Haha, only a 3-star formation master is capable of deciphering a grade 3 pinnacle formation. You all? Don't even dream about it. Watching their panic and despair, Lin Ruotian howled frenziedly. However, before he could finish his words, a voice suddenly interrupted. Only a 3-star formation master can decipher this formation? I don't think that's necessarily the case. The voice was exceedingly calm, and it contrasted greatly to the panic in the surroundings. Hurriedly turning their gazes over, they saw that the one who spoke was Guild Master Lu. The youngster simply shook his head, walked forward, and kicked into empty air. Wong. The air suddenly froze, and the fleeting mist, as well as the blades above them, suddenly stopped. The formation had been stopped. As though he had only done something insignificant, Zhang Xian clapped his hands and said, "See, didn't I just decipher it?" You. The smile on Lin Ruotian's froze, and his eyes slowly widened. His body swayed, and he nearly failed to catch his breath. That was a grade 3 pinnacle formation. Even 4-star formation master wouldn't be able to stop it as casually as he did. To do it with a single kick. The heck? Where is the fairness in the world? Back then, when Grand Elder Lin Tao said that this Guild Master Lu was capable of stopping formations with a kick, he thought that it could just be a coincidence. Perhaps the other party was familiar with the confinement formation used to trap the gold-tailed lion. But this one, even Lin Ruotian himself only deciphered it halfway. The only reason why he could activate it was because he had control over the core of the formation. If he could lay out such a formation himself, he wouldn't have hesitated to activate it earlier. For a physician, an amateur, to stop it with a single kick. Lin Ruotian's body convulsed, and he nearly tore out his hair. The formation stopped. It was stopped with a single kick? Pavilion Master Jiang also felt his head turning blank. Even a Jizuan realm expert could easily die in a grade 3 pinnacle formation. To stop it with a single kick, painter, apothecary, beast tamer, master teacher, physician, and it turned out that he was a formation master on top of that. Brother, you should just tell us what there is in the world that you don't know so that we can prepare ourselves mentally. Another kick again? Mo Tianxue and Mo Yu glanced at one another and shuddered. Was this really a formation that could kill even a Jizuan? Why did it seem no different from a toy? How in the world did he do it? Right, I have to escape. While the crowd was overwhelmed with shock, Lin Ruotian finally recovered. Gritting his teeth, he immediately darted into the residence. No matter how foolish he might be, it was already clear that the tides had changed. The best he could at the moment was to preserve his own life. He had to inform the princess consort of this matter as soon as possible so that she could send her men over. Otherwise, the Lin clan would truly be destroyed today. Who? Darting into the residence, he immediately triggered the formation within. A mist immediately floated into appearance, shrouding the entire Lin clan. As the base of the Lin clan, it was impossible for it to be guarded with just a single formation. However, given how easily the strongest formation laid had been broken, all this formation could do was to delay his enemies. But of course, this little time meant a lot to him under the current situation. You wish to escape when you haven't apologized yet? Seeing the other party scrambling back into the residence, Zhang Xian shook his head. I've already said it. If you don't apologize, I'll beat you until you apologize. Lu Chong, charge in? Returning the sword back to Zhaoya, Zhang Xian chuckled softly. He walked up to the residence and kicked at a certain spot once more. Wong. The formation shrouding the residence stopped. The teacher and student entered. Wait for me. With the departure of the duo and the bizarre gazes of the crowd, how could Hall Master Liao Sun and the great Herb King dare to remain here? They immediately dashed into the residence as well. As the commotion came to an end, silence loomed over the entrance of the Lin clan residence. Looks like the Lin clan is done for. Looking at the convulsing elders who were lying on the floor and Lin Ruotyan who had escaped without any hesitation, the crowd was still in a daze. Back then, when their children and juniors pleaded with them, they thought that this Lu Laosher was being a little too rash arguing with the Lin clan. Only now did they realize how hilarious their thoughts were. Single-handedly, he managed to crush the Lin clan who dominated the capital. This was something they could have never imagined in the past. What in the world was that fellow? How could he be that powerful? Teacher. Contrary to the shock of the others, the eyes of Mu Xueqing and the others were glowing, and they clenched their fists in excitement. All that lingered in their minds was a voice that kept shouting, "He is my teacher." My teacher managed to destroy formations with a single kick and vanquished the Lin clan which dominated the capital. My teacher, with his powerful sword qi, was able to even render a half-Jizuan expert helpless. How lucky and proud they were to have such a teacher. As their hearts trembled in agitation, their eyes suddenly fell on a few other people. They were Zhaoya, Zhengyang, and Group. Zhaoya, I know that Zhang Shi is formidable, but is he capable of unleashing sword qi that rendered even a half-Jizuan helpless and stop a grade 3 pinnacle formation with a single kick like Lu Laosher? With her hands behind her back, Mu Xueqing's eyes shone with excitement. Zhang Shi was incredible, but he had only managed to reach Zhongshe realm a few days ago. On the other hand, not only was there Lu Laosher a Zhongshe realm pinnacle expert, he even managed to subdue the number 1 expert of Tianwu Kingdom, Lin Ruotyan. The title of the number 1 expert in the kingdom rightfully went to him. How your Zhang Shi be a match for such a person? Lu Laosher is indeed incredible. Zhaoya replied calmly. Zhaoya, why would you? Seeing Mu Xueqing's gleeful look, Zhang Yang and the others were infuriated. They thought that Zhaoya would refute the other party, but never in their dreams did they think that she would admit it directly. This caused their faces to flush in anxiety. Don't worry. Lu Laosher may be incredible, but our Zhang Laosher isn't inferior in any way. Knowing that Lu Laosher and Zhang Laosher were the same person, there was no need for them to argue over this matter anymore. Since teacher had intentionally hidden his identity, not even notifying them of the matter, it wasn't Zhaoya's place to expose him then. Harumphing coldly, Zhaoya turned around. Boom! A powerful aura surged forth from her. The strength belonging to a Zhongshe realm intermediate stage rushed at Mu Xueqing and the others as though a massive wave. Zhongshe realm intermediate stage? Wasn't she still at Pishue realm a few days ago? How did she jump 2 realms all of a sudden? This is the result of Zhang Shi's guidance. Sensing the aura from Zhaoya, the crowd fell into a commotion once more. Due to the uproar from the duel between Zhaoya and Mu Xueqing, the crowd knew that she was only at Pishue realm 2 days ago. To reach Zhongshe realm intermediate stage within 2 days, this rate of advancement was way too fast. Mu Xueqing's eyes narrowed. Initially, she was indignant when she lost the second duel against the other party, and she thought that she would be able to defeat the other party now that she had reached Tongxian realm. Never in her wildest imaginations did she expect that the other party would have improved as well, and for it to be even more drastic. She had skipped past Tongxian Realm to reach Zhongshe Realm Intermediate Stage directly. How could she fight against this? Could Zhang Shi's guidance truly be that incredible? That's nothing much. 5 days ago, Lu Chong was only Dingli Realm Primary Stage, but he has already reached Zhongshe Realm Intermediate Stage already. Meng Tao harumphed. Advancing from Dingli Realm Primary Stage to Zhongshe Realm Intermediate Stage in just 5 days? Before the crowd could recover from their shock, another astonishing news blasted at them once more. Lu Laoshi and Zhang Shi, aren't the two of you too monstrous? It would already an incredible feat to induce an advancement of one's cultivation by a small stage in just 5 days. Yet, your students leap through several realms in just a few days. Looks like this Lu Laoshi is as talented as Zhang Shi. Indeed, the two of them are on par with one another. They're both incredible geniuses. Actually, I think that Lu Laoshi is more incredible. Inducing a growth from Dingli Realm Primary Stage to Zhongshe Realm in 5 days is clearly much more difficult than inducing a growth from Pishui Realm to Zhongshe Realm in 2 days. More importantly, he possesses a powerful cultivation. No matter how talented Zhang Shi is, his true strength is only at Zhongshe Realm Primary Stage. Actually, I think that Zhang Shi is more formidable. Just by his feats of bashing through the various stages in the Master Teacher examination and breaking all of the records already made him superior to most talents out there. More importantly, he is still young, so he still has a bright future before him. Amidst the crowd, many loyal fans of Zhang Shi and Lu Laoshi appeared, and they began to quarrel with one another. Neither side was willing to give in to the other. Escaping in a panic, he soon arrived at a sealed chamber. There was nothing but a white wall in the room. With a flick of his finger, a droplet of fresh blood fell into the aperture on the wall. Wong. A bright light shone, and the wall was activated. It was something similar to the wall of dilemma in the Physician Guild and the wall of pill formulae in the Apothecary Guild, communication wall. Chapter 389. Kong Shi's personal letter A unique formation had been laid out on the communication wall, allowing one to transmit messages to one another instantaneously over long distances. The wall of pill formulae and wall of dilemma operated by the same concept as well. The cost of this object was extremely high. Even though it was only a wall, a grade 3 pinnacle formation was laid out on it. It was through the formation that one could transmit the message from one wall to another. The cost of a single wall was so huge that even the Tianwu royal family couldn't afford it. Only some of the more esteemed guilds were equipped with it. No one could have imagined that there would be one in the Lin clan as well. In order to protect her family, Princess Consort Lin Long was even willing to pay such an immense price. Picking up a brush, he clenched his jaws and wrote a line of words on it. The Lin clan has been besieged by the scoundrel Lu Chong. Lin Lang and father are severely injured. Require immediate aid. Who? A bright light shone, and the words slowly faded. After which, Lin Ruotyin heaved a huge sigh of relief. A savage glint flashed across his eyes. Lu Chong and Tianwu royal family, I want you all to pay for all what has happened today. Beside the imperial palace of Xinyuan Kingdom, there was another massive palace. It was the East Palace, otherwise known as Crown Prince Palace. It was where the Crown Prince of Xinyuan Kingdom lived. In a room at the very corner of the palace stood a white wall. It had been quiet for a very long time, but today, a bright light shone, and a few words appeared on it. Something bad happened. Hurry up and inform Her Highness. The face of the guard in charge of the wall warped in panic, and he hurriedly instructed the servants. Other people might not be aware of the purpose of the wall, but he was well aware that it was linked to the old home of the princess consort. For it to be activated all of a sudden, not to mention with such a message, it was clear that something huge had happened. Soon, an elegant-looking lady walked over. Xinyuan Kingdom's princess consort, Lin Lang's elder sister, Lin Long. Father, brother. Seeing the words on it, the lady's body shuddered, and a malicious aura flowed out from her. She was extremely concerned about her family. She didn't think that such a situation would occur since it hadn't been long since she had left Tianwu Kingdom. Lu Cheng? Who was this Lu Cheng? Bellowing furiously, resentment flowed through Lin Long. Hurry up and get General Yang here. Yes. The guards hurriedly walked over. General Yang, Liang Qingming, was the general under the command of the Crown Prince. As a Jizuan realm advanced expert, he was in charge of the security of the East Palace. Only the Crown Prince and the Princess Consort could issue him commands. Soon, a middle-aged man walked over. His black dress-up and sharp eyes gave him an extremely cold appearance. With just a single glance, shudders would instinctively run down one's spine. Your Highness was looking for me? Bowing politely, Lian Qingming clasped his fist. General Yang, pick 2 experts to accompany me to Tianwu Royal City. Lin Long said. Tianwu Royal City? Liang Qingming asked doubtfully. That's right. My Lin clan has been trampled by others, and my younger brother and my father are severely injured. Make sure to do it fast. Lin Long instructed anxiously. No, 2 experts aren't sufficient. You shall go with me now. Only with your strength will I feel assured. Me? Liang Qingming hesitated. However, the Crown Prince hasn't returned yet. Shouldn't I ask for his permission before leaving? What permission? If you don't hurry, my Lin clan will become history. Lin Long flung her sleeves furiously. Yes, knowing that the Crown Prince doted greatly on Her Highness, if her clan were to be destroyed, he would be implicated as well. Thus, without hesitating for too long, Liang Qingming nodded. If you're in a rush, we should ride on the Crown Prince's gold-scaled lightning beast. Possessing a strength of Jizuan realm intermediate stage, it is capable of traveling at high speed. Tianwu Royal City might be slightly far from here, but on it, we can arrive in just 2 days. All right, Lin Long nodded. As a Jizuan realm savage beast, the Crown Prince's gold-scaled lightning beast was capable of traveling several 10,000 li in a single day. They might make it in time if they travel on it. Have Grandmaster Beast Tamer Zhou follow us, and get him to drive it as fast as he can. Lin Long instructed once more. Yes. Liang Qingming turned around to make preparations. In less than an instant's time, a massive savage beast appeared in the courtyard. Lin Long dived into the room on its back, and with a flap of its wings, the savage beast soared into the skies. Pong, pong. Slowly advancing forward, Zhang Xian broke through 7 to 8 formations before reaching the room where Lin Ruotian escaped to. Following behind Zhang Xian, Liao Sun got a clear glimpse of the strength of this young man. Regardless of which formation it was, with a single look, he was able to stop it with a kick. This was no longer something that could be described with the word fearsome. It was fortunate that he reacted decisively and turned against the Lin clan on the spot. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. You sure caught up fast. Knowing that they would appear, there wasn't the slightest panic in Lin Ruotian's eyes when the door was opened. Instead, with savagery on his face, he hissed, however, even if you manage to catch up, do you dare to kill me? I've already informed the Princess Consort of this matter, and her men will arrive soon. As long as you dare to touch a single strand of my hair, not only will you die, the entire Tianwu Kingdom will be buried as well. You mean that if we don't make a move on you, the Princess Consort will let us get away scot-free? Seeing the confidence on the other party's face, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. The grudge was already picked, and even if Zhang Xian allowed Lin Ruotian to get away, the other party wouldn't let him off. He thought that the other party would be hesitant after hearing his words, but all the other party showed was indifference. Lin Ruotian was taken aback. Lu Cheng, I'll leave it to you to exact your vengeance. After you're done, look for me at the academy. Liao Sun, you stay here to support him. Zhang Xian instructed, not bothering with the arrogant Lin Ruotian. Yes. Lu Cheng and Liao Sun nodded. All of the powerful elders had been defeated, and the rest had either escaped or scattered. There were no longer any powerful figures in the Lin clan that were a match for Lu Cheng and Liao Sun. Having settled the matter here, Zhang Xian slowly walked out of the Lin clan residence. At this moment, the crowd outside had yet to scatter. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, admiration glowed on their faces. I am truly thankful for all of your support. He knew that these people were gathered under the effort of his students. Even though they didn't do anything, the fact that they were willing to offend the Lin clan at this crucial timing to back him up made him emotionally indebted to them. Lu Laoshi, Guildmaster Lu, is being too polite. We didn't do anything at all. The crowd immediately bowed, their faces flushed in embarrassment. They intended to help Lu Cheng, but in the end, the other party managed to wipe out the Lin clan single-handedly. I, Lu Cheng, am one to repay favors. How about this? I will conduct a lecture here for everyone in gratitude for all of your help. Given the sentiments they had shown, Zhang Xian couldn't remain unmoved. A lecture? Delighted. Everyone's eyes shone in excitement. Even though this guild master Lu wasn't a master teacher, he was a Zhongshi realm pinnacle expert who had comprehended sword art. His lecture would definitely contribute greatly to their cultivation. The core of cultivation lies in one's heart. Without wasting any time, Zhang Xian started speaking. His voice touched the hearts of the crowd, shaking their souls. In order to prevent his true identity from being revealed, he didn't utilize impartation of heaven's will this time. Even so, there were many who managed to achieve a breakthrough in the midst of his lecture. There were at least 100 people who came to back Zhang Xian up, and there were 7 of them who managed to achieve a breakthrough. To induce a breakthrough in the crowd in a single lesson, as expected of the most talented master teacher in Tianwu Kingdom. Seeing this sight, Pavilion Master Jiang felt impressed. Despite being a 2-star pinnacle master teacher, he wasn't capable of this feat. The other party's explanation was detailed and simple. Concepts that were often difficult to grasp became exceedingly simple under his explanation. It felt as though the cultivation of others were a huge ball of wool, whereas he had managed to sort it out neatly into strand after strand. Under his explanation, it felt as though they were given a glimpse into the essence of cultivation. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for them not to improve. Incredible! To think that the lecture of Lu Laoshi isn't inferior to Zhang Shi at all. Indeed, I found myself a new idol today. Hearing Lu Laoshi's lecture, Zheng Yang, Yuan Tao, and Lu Yang fell into a trance. In the past, they had always known that Zhang Laoshi was the greatest teacher in the world, and that all other teachers were trash before him. However, at this moment, they realized that there was a much larger world outside the one they knew. Zhang Laoshi was formidable, but it would be hard for him to triumph over this Lu Laoshi. It was laughable that they had always thought that the other party was unworthy of his reputation. Do you think that Zhang Laoshi's lesson is better, or that Lu Laoshi's lesson is better? Seeing the expression of the group, Zhao Ye shook her head helplessly and asked with a bizarre look, "The both of them are good." With a scarlet face, Zheng Yang replied. He wanted to say that Zhang Laoshi was better, but the lesson of this Lu Laoshi wasn't inferior to their teachers in any way. Forget it. You all go figure it out yourselves. Since teacher didn't say anything, Zhao Ye couldn't be bothered to explain either. Turning around, Zhao Ye and Wang Ying left together, leaving behind 3 dumbfounded guys behind. After completing the lesson, Zhang Xian returned to Tianwu Academy. Not too long later, Lu Cheng walked up to him, and with slightly reddened eyes and a trembling body, he knelt to the floor. All of the words that he had wanted to say seemed to converge into a single one, teacher. It was because of his teacher that he had a chance to exact his vengeance and found the purpose of his existence. It was because of teacher that his parents were able to rest peacefully in the earth, and that he will not be ashamed to meet them when he finally reunites with them. Finding such a good teacher was the best thing that the heavens had given him. Stand up. On the classroom, Zhang Xin looked at him gently. You should be able to tell me why the Lin clan had to eradicate your clan now, right? Even though Lu Cheng's elder sister had castrated Lin Lang, the Lin clan, in consideration of their reputation, shouldn't go to the extent of destroying an entire clan consisting of more than 100 members. Most probably, there was another more compelling reason. Back then, in the royal palace, Missouri Tianxue and Mo Yu were around, so Lu Cheng didn't mention the matter. The duo didn't realize anything, but Zhang Xian still noticed that something was amiss. Teacher, it's true that the Lin clan didn't destroy my Chu clan because of that matter. It's because of an heirloom in my clan. Without any hesitation, Lu Cheng immediately revealed the truth. Given how much his teacher had done for him, he had decided that he wouldn't hide anything from him. Heirloom? Zhang Xian frowned. Yes, it's an ancestor's handwritten letter. Lu Chong replied. Ancestor's handwritten letter? Zhang Xian was perplexed. Why would the Lin clan want a handwritten letter from your ancestors? This letter was most probably a letter Lu Chong's ancestor left to his offspring. But why would the Lin clan fight for it, even going to the extent of wiping out an entire clan? The handwritten letter of our ancestor indeed isn't worth much, but within the letter is the handwritten reply from Kong Shi. Lu Chong explained. Kong Shi's handwritten words? Zhang Xian was taken aback, and his head turned blank. Chapter 390. Spirit Blood Body Nourishment Formula. Empyrean Kong Shi was the founder of the Master Teacher Pavilion, the #1 person in history. The value of his handwritten words was invaluable. To think that his handwritten reply would be in a letter of the Chu clan ancestors, putting aside the Lin clan, even the entire Xianyuan kingdom would go into a frenzy over it. All of Zhang Xian's doubts were immediately answered as well. Lu Chong had tried to hide himself, changed his name, and gone to the extent of pretending to be a mute, but given the immense influence the Lin clan wielded in the capital, they were more than capable of tracking him down. It was impossible for Lu Chong to live beneath their noses for 2 years without realizing a thing. From the looks of it, it seemed like the Lin clan had intentionally left him alive so that they could use him to find the handwritten letter. They probably knew about Lu Chong's mediocre talent as well, and knowing that he was incapable of exacting vengeance, they left him be. They couldn't have imagined that Lu Chong would meet with Zhang Xian, and that the insignificant figure whom they thought nothing of would bring ultimate doom to their clan. Your ancestors were acquainted with Kong Shi? After comprehending the situation, Zhang Xian continued asking, why would Kong Shi write his ancestor a reply for no reason? I'm not too sure about the details, and I haven't seen the letter myself either. My father has only vaguely told me about it in the past. Lu Chong continued, the letter currently isn't in my old clan or on me. It's hidden by my ancestors in the depths of a mountain range. If teacher wants it, I can hand it over to you. This handwritten letter was left behind by the Chu clan's ancestors. Even when facing impending death, the Chu clan was unwilling to hand it over to the Lin clan. Yet, Lu Chong was willing to hand it over to his teacher without any hesitation. Forget it. Even though Kong Shi's handwritten words are valuable, it's of no use to me. Zhang Xian shook his head. Kong Shi's handwritten words might be an unparalleled treasure to the others, to the extent that they would kill one another over it. But to Zhang Xian, it was nothing at all. No matter how formidable the letter was, could it match up to the golden page of the Book of Heaven's Path? To Zhang Xian, given that it couldn't contribute to his cultivation, it was just something he could sell for a lot of money. Besides, it belonged to his student. For this, Lu Chong's entire clan was destroyed. Zhang Xian hadn't stooped down to the level of vying with his student over his fortune. I've been rude. Hearing his teacher's words, Lu Chong's face flushed. He had seen his teacher's sincerity toward him, and it should have been clear that he didn't do it for the ancestor handwritten letter. To bring up this matter seemed as though Lu Chong was sounding Zhang Xian out instead. Choosing not to dawdle on this problem, Zhang Xian glanced at Lu Chong. He had left right after conducting his lecture back then, so he didn't know how Lu Chong chose to deal with the Lin clan. I didn't kill them. Instead, I had Hall Master Liao cripple their cultivation entirely, Lu Chong replied. Even though he was adamant to exact his vengeance so that his kin could live in peace, he knew that he would be letting them off too easily if he were to just kill them. The Lin clan had been arrogant in the past few years, and they had offended many people. Given that their cultivation had been crippled, and that they no longer had formations to protect them, even if Lu Chong didn't kill them personally, this powerful clan would soon disappear in the tides of history. On top of that, by choosing not to kill them, he could protect his teacher's honor as well. Hearing how Lu Chong dealt with the Lin clan, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. After undergoing this incident, his student had matured. If he were to kill the entire Lin clan, that would be granting them relief. Crippling their cultivation and allowing them to live on in such a manner was probably much more painful to them than death. Teacher, this is what we confiscated from the Lin clan. Lu Cheng took out a storage ring and presented it to Zhang Xian. Being the previous #1 clan in Tianwu Kingdom, it possessed many treasures in its residence. As it would be a huge waste to leave those lying in the residence for others to grab, he chose to store them all into his storage ring and bring it to his teacher. As for the ring, he took it off Lin Ruotian's finger. Zhang Xian took the ring. He wasn't interested in his student's possession, but he didn't feel any guilt taking the possessions of the Lin clan. After all, the Lin clan would have done the same if they were in his place. Dripping a droplet of blood to claim possession of the ring, Zhang Xian protruded his consciousness into the ring, and a vast space immediately appeared before him. It was much larger than his previous ring, and it was around the size of 100 meters. As expected of the Lin clan, so many gold coins. Quickly sweeping across the area, gold coin was stacked into towering mountains, and its quantity definitely numbered over 1 billion. But of course, the most valuable items weren't the gold coins, but the various formations, weapons, and pills. Spirit stones? Quickly sweeping across the area, Zhang Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. In a corner of the ring, Zhang Xian saw a few spirit stones being placed in a jade box by the corner. A small amount of spiritual energy was emitting from it. Counting them, there was a total of 10 of them. It was even more than the amount he got from the Tianwu royal family. With so many spirit stones, I should be able to reach at least half Shizuan. Zhang Xian chuckled gleefully. While half Shizuan realm was just a small realm above that of Zhongshe realm pinnacle, the spiritual energy requirement was even more than the entire Zhongshe realm added up together. Zhang Xian was still frustrated thinking about where he could look for spirit stones when the Lin clan solved his problems. I should check if there are any cultivation techniques or secret manuals. Zhang Xian continued browsing through the various objects in the area. To him, there were only 2 things that were important to him now. Firstly, spirit stones. Secondly, cultivation techniques and secret manuals, and naturally, the greater the quantity, the better it was for him. There seems to be a lot of books on formations in here. Soon, Zhang Xian's eyes fell upon a huge collection of books on formations placed on bookshelves. As a distinguished clan of formation masters, their collection of such books probably exceeded that of even the capital's Formation Master Guild. Quickly taking them into his collection, Zhang Xian's eyes fell on the final bookshelf. As I thought, there are cultivation technique manuals on half Shizuan realm and Jizuan realm. On the very end of the bookshelf was where the most powerful Lin clan heirloom cultivation techniques and battle techniques were placed. Among them were half Shizuan and Jizuan realm cultivation technique. However, the number was severely lacking. There were only slightly more than a dozen half Shizuan realm manuals and 2 Jizuan realm manuals. Even so, it's still worth collecting. Other people would be delighted to see these cultivation technique, but they were of little use to Zhang Xian. Even so, every manual still counted. He decided to look at their contents first. Every book that his finger came into contact with would form an identical book in the library of Heaven's Path. Compile. Then, he compiled the dozen or so half Shizuan book together to form a single one. With a single look, he fell speechless. There were too few correct sentences, so the technique formed couldn't be cultivated at all. Forget it. Putting aside achieving a breakthrough, Zhang Xian might even die if he were to cultivate this technique. Knowing this, Zhang Xian immediately lost all interest. What is that? Just as Zhang Xian was about to retract his consciousness from the storage ring, he saw a small jade bottle placed at the corner of the ring. It wasn't too big, and it was inconspicuous compared to all of the objects in the storage ring, but it was made of the top quality, spirit-harnessing jade, which carried the attribute of warmth. With a swift movement, the jade bottle appeared in his hand. Instead of opening it, Zhang Xian uttered in his head, "Flaws?" A book immediately appeared in the library of Heaven's Path. Flipping it open, it wrote, "Forged by a 7MO craftsman using spirit-harnessing jade. It has the ability to prevent the decomposition of blood and dissipation of spiritual energy. Stored within it are 2 drops of blood essence from a grade 1 spirit beast, steel-armored dragon." Spirit beast blood essence? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, and he nearly jumped up from agitation. When he first fought against Lin Ruotian, The Library of Heaven's Path clearly detailed that the other party had consumed spirit beast blood essence, granting him overwhelming vitality. Zhang Xian thought that the other party would have already consumed all of the blood essence. He didn't think that there would still be 2 drops left. Seemed like his daughter, the princess consort, had given him 3 droplets, but given the limitations of his physical condition, he only managed to absorb 1. Even so, it was sufficient to grant him the strength equivalent to a half-Jizuan realm pinnacle. There should be an absorption method in here as well. Different from spirit stones, spirit beast blood essence had a special method that one had to use to absorb it so that it would fuse with one's body and augment it. Since the head of the Lin clan had succeeded in doing so, he must possess a suitable absorption technique as well. Harboring such thoughts, Zhang Xian started rummaging through the entire storage ring, and soon, he found a secret manual hidden in the corner. Written on top of it were 5 big words: Spirit Blood Body Nourishment Formula. Flaws. Collecting it into the Library of Heaven's Path, he immediately flipped through it, and he fell speechless once more. This Spirit Blood Body Nourishment Formula seemed incredible, but the flaws in it numbered at several hundred. How in the world did Lin Ruotian manage to cultivate this technique? Right? There's quite a few books on physical body cultivation in Tianwu Kingdom's book collection vault. Perhaps, if I were to mix all of them together, something good might turn out. Just as Zhang Xian was intending to dump this book back onto the shelves, a thought suddenly popped into his mind and he froze. He had collected all of the books in Tianwu Kingdom's book collection vault, and there was a sizable collection of physical body cultivation technique manuals in there. Many of these cultivation techniques were superior to that he saw in Master Lu Qin's residence back then. After walking out from the book collection vault, Zhang Xian immediately went over to the Lin clan to seek justice for Lu Chong. As such, he hadn't had the time to look through it yet. Summoning all of physical body cultivation technique manuals from the library, he overlapped them together with the Spirit Blood Body Nourishment Formula. Compile. Who? A brand new book appeared before Zhang Xian. He anxiously flipped it open, and the contents appeared before him. By training one's physical body and tempering it with one's Jinqi, one's physical body could gain the might equivalent to one's Jinqi, or perhaps even higher than that. However, it is difficult to reach higher heights in one's physical body cultivation. By using the blood essence of Spirit Beast to nourish one's body, one could gain the fearsome physical abilities of a Spirit Beast. A complete cultivation technique was detailed in the manual. It worked. Briefly browsing through it, Zhang Xian clenched his fist tightly. Just as he guessed, the Spirit Blood Body Nourishment Formula could be compiled with the other physical body cultivation technique manuals to form a new Heaven's Path technique. I'll call it Heaven's Path Golden Body 2 Dan. Zhang Xian immediately gave it a name. The Heaven's Path Golden Body that Zhang Xian compiled back in Lu Qin's home was powerful, but as his cultivation progressed, its effectiveness was steadily going downhill. On the other hand, this physical body cultivation technique he had just compiled was clearly far superior to the previous Heaven's Path Golden Body. One has to rub the Spirit Beast blood essence on one's acupoint to absorb its strength and augment one's physical body. Once one succeeds, one would gain immense fighting power. Remembering the contents, Zhang Xian immediately opened the jade bottle, poured out the 2 drops of blood essence, and following the method detailed in the secret manual, he rubbed it on his acupoints. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the blood essence came into contact with Zhang Xian's skin, a blazing heat immediately seared his skin. Spirit beasts were existences that surpassed the Fighter 9 Dawn. If one tried to forcibly absorb spirit blood without a suitable absorption technique to go with it, not only would one be unable to improve, one might even die on the spot. Chapter 391. These little bastards. In a sense, the Heaven's Path Golden Body 2 Dan was the most correct method in absorbing the blood essence. As though a plant that had thirsted for several years, Zhang Xian's body greedily absorbed the energy within the spirit blood. After an unknown period of time, boom, with a loud bang, as though something had exploded, and Zhang Xian's physical body strength had broken through a bottleneck and reached a brand new level. Breathing out a mouthful of turbid gas, Zhang Xian realized that his entire body was revitalized, and his skin was more compact and smooth. At the same time, his appearance looked slightly more dashing, and his figure became slightly closer to the golden ratio. He had succeeded in cultivation Heaven's Path Golden Body 2 Dan. The 2 drops of Spirit Beast Blood Essence, which he had rubbed on his acupoints, had been absorbed cleanly by his body. Time to test my strength. Knowing that it was hard to determine the growth in his physical strength, Zhang Xian walked over the strength-measuring rock pillar not too far away, raised his fist, and struck it. Gotcha! The rock pillar shuddered, and it was nearly broken into pieces. A line of numbers slowly floated into appearance. 9999 ding? Just a step away from reaching 10,000? Jizuan Realm was also known as 10,000 Ding Realm. Given that Zhang Xian's strength had reached 9,999 Ding, it meant that he was invincible against all those beneath Jizuan Realm. It is a pity that the amount of Spirit Beast Blood Essence is too lacking. If I have several dozen more, I might be able to reach Jizuan Realm Pinnacle, Zhang Xian lamented. Even though he had mastered Heaven's Path Golden Body 2 Dan, he knew that his physical strength hadn't reached its cap yet. As long as he had sufficient blood essence, he could continue to cultivate the technique and his strength would continue to rise swiftly. But even so, Zhang Xian was already contented. Lin Ruotian was stuck in Zhongshu Realm Pinnacle for a very long time, and even after using the energy harnessed within the Spirit Beast Blood Essence, he only managed to achieve a Zhenqi strength of around 9,000 Ding. On the other hand, Zhang Xian's breakthrough was in his physical body, and his physical body strength had reached 9,999 Ding. The difficulty in doing so was several folds above that of the former. One's Zhenqi could run out in the midst of a battle, but physical strength was constant. On top of that, physical body cultivators possessed nearly invincible defense in comparison to those of the same cultivation realm, allowing them to match with 3 to 4 of Zhenqi cultivators easily. But of course, this was assuming that there wasn't a huge disparity in the skills and battle techniques of both sides. With this kind of strength, I'll be able to defeat a Jizuan Realm primary stage cultivator easily, and even when facing a Jizuan Realm intermediate stage expert, I won't be completely helpless. Previously, when Zhang Xian's strength was still at Zhongshu Realm Pinnacle, he was already able to easily defeat the half-Jizuan Realm Lin Ruotian, who possessed a strength of more than 9,000 Ding. Given that he had managed to achieve such a huge leap in his strength, naturally, his fighting prowess rose significantly as well. At Jizuan Realm primary stage, one's strength would finally break through the 10,000 Ding mark. Then, for every increment within the cultivation realm, one's strength would increase by another 10,000 Ding, thus granting one the strength of 40,000 Ding at Jizuan Realm Pinnacle, 9,999 Ding of physical body strength, coupled with 5,000 Ding of Zhenqi strength, added up to a total of 14,999 Ding. With such strength, Zhang Xian was able to rival against Jizuan Realm intermediate stage experts. Seeing the raise in his strength, Zhang Xian heaved a huge sigh of relief. Previously, Lin Ruotian had told him that he had informed Princess Consort Lin Long of the matter, so it was highly likely that she would send her men over. Even though Zhang Xian acted nonchalantly on the surface, he was quite concerned over this matter. Given that he had managed to achieve a huge leap in his strength, he could finally relieve himself of the huge worry in his heart. Heaving a long sigh of relief, Zhang Xian suddenly remembered that Lu Chong was still in the room. Quickly extracting his consciousness from the storage ring, he turned around to look for Lu Chong, only to see the youngster staring at him with mouth agape and eyes widened into huge circles. The current Lu Chong was experiencing a slight breakdown. As soon as he passed the Lin clan's storage ring over, his teacher had started to go into a daze. After a long moment, he suddenly leaped up, as though suffering from a stroke, and struck the strength-measuring rock pillar. Then, the pillar displayed 9,999 Ding of strength. What in the world happened? His teacher had only whipped out a jade bottle, dabbled some crimson liquid on his body, fell into a daze, and his strength immediately surged. Not only did he achieve a breakthrough, he even nearly reached Jizuan Realm. How in the world did he do it? All along, Lu Chong thought that he had improved swiftly through the poison tempering, but after seeing his teacher, he realized that it wasn't a big deal at all. Other people would die of old age trying to reach the half-Jesuan stage, but his teacher only had to fall into a momentary daze to do so. And not to mention, that daze brought him right to the peak of half-Jesuan realm. If word were to spread out, those self-proclaimed geniuses would probably die of shame. This was no longer the feat of a genius, but a monster. Just as he was overwhelmed by shock, he saw his calm teacher looking at him with glowing eyes. Right? Do you still have any enemies? Why don't I help you get back at them as well? If not, help me ask Mu Shueqing and the others if they have any. After which, Zhang Xian started counting on his fingers. If there are a few more such clans, I'll surely be able to obtain a lot of treasures and secret manuals. If so, I'll have truly struck it rich. Lu Chong, teacher, aren't you an enlightened expert who have seen through material possession? Aren't you a genius who couldn't care less about those crude objects? Exacting vengeance for others to confiscate wealth? Why do you seem more and more unlike an enlightened expert, but a greedy ruffian instead? In an instant, Lu Chong felt that he had to reevaluate his opinion of his teacher. But it was no wonder why Zhang Xian was so excited. Initially, he only went against the Lin clan because he felt indignant for Lu Chong, who knew that he would suddenly attain such a huge wealth. Putting everything aside, if he could find a few more drops of spirit beast blood essence through the Heaven's Path Golden Body 2 Dan, he would be able to break through the bottleneck constricting his physical body and reach Jesuan realm. By then, even if he were to head to Xinyuan Kingdom, there would be nothing for him to fear. He would be able to stand tall and mighty there too. While waiting for the other party to respond, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed in the classroom. Is Lu Laosher inside? Lu Chong, you should rest by the side first. Bringing back his authority as a teacher, Zhang Xian waved Lu Chong away and sat upright. Then, he replied impassively, Is it Sun Laosher? Please enter. He could recognize the voice of the person outside. It was Imo Hongi, who was disguised as Sun Cheng. It seemed like the poison in his body had been neutralized, and he had recovered from its effects already. Jia. As soon as Zhang Xian said those words, a figure immediately rushed in and glared at Zhang Xian furiously. With a questioning tone, he bellowed, Lu Laosher, you should know that your tea is poisoned, right? I only knew after that incident. Honestly speaking, I'm a victim here too. Seeing the other party's look, Zhang Xian consoled, someone must be trying to kill me, and you only happened to step right into it and accidentally consumed the poison tea that such a matter happened. Don't worry, I'll definitely look into the matter and redress your grievance. Redress my grievance? Victim? Victim my head. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Imo Hongi's hair stood on ends, as though a cat who had his tail stepped on, and he erupted into rage. The heck, you are a victim. In the end, didn't you end up well? As the number one genius, not only did I get poisoned, I even fell into the fecal drain. More importantly, redress my grievance? How in the world are you going to redress my grievance when it's your student who poisoned me? What's wrong? Seeing the other party getting angrier and angrier, Zhang Xian was perplexed. No one likes to get poisoned, and honestly speaking, how could I know that you would drink the tea from my room? You. All right. Knowing that this fellow was indeed a victim, and he was ignorant of the matter, Mo Hongi suppressed his rage and harumphed, There's no need for you to investigate. I already know who the culprits are. Who? Frowning, Zhang Xian's face turned grave. He had been contemplating over this matter for a very long time. He didn't offend anyone in this identity of his, so why in the world would someone want to poison him? If he knew who the culprit was, he would definitely pursue the matter. It's Zheng Yang and the others. I saw them do it personally last night. Oblivious to Zhang Xian's thoughts, Imo Hongi harumphed coldly. Zheng Yang? Just as Zhang Xian was thinking about how he should teach the other party a lesson, Imo Hongi's words caused his to stagger, and he nearly fell to the ground. It was his own students who poisoned him? What in the world is going on? Zhang Xian was shocked, but it didn't take him long to deduce the entire matter. His complexion immediately darkened. Those little bastards. Roaring furiously, Zhang Xian stood up abruptly with rage blazing within him. The students of the other teachers were so obedient, Yet what was with the students he taught? When they weren't fighting or causing trouble, they were poisoning their own teacher. The heck? If I don't teach them a lesson, I am not Zhang Xian. Zhaoya, what's going on? Given how arrogantly Mu Xueqing acted just now, why didn't you teach her a lesson? In any case, it's Lu Laoshi, and not her. That's formidable. So what rights does she have to be acting so gleefully? On the way back to the residence, Zhang Yang kept questioning Zhaoya in displeasure. Zhang Laoshi's reputation has been completely pushed down by that Lu Laoshi. As his student, even if you don't speak for your own teacher, how can you compliment the opponent's teacher? Is there something wrong with you? Teach her a lesson? I think you should think about how you can avoid punishment first. Seeing how the fellow before her had yet to grasp the situation, Zhaoya replied helplessly. Avoid punishment? What punishment? Zhang Yang asked doubtfully. At the same time, Lu Yang and Yuan Tao also looked over curiously. They were sharp-witted, but regardless, they were only 15 to 16-year-old children. There were many things which they needed someone to point out to them before they could understand it. Wang Ying, you should explain the situation to them. I'll try to think about how we can apologize to teacher. Zhaoya grabbed her forehead in frustration. Her original intention was to guard her teacher's honor and bring eminence to him, yet she did manage to make her teacher's name known, but as soon as his true identity was declared in public, he would definitely become a laughingstock. What in the world was this? To think that such a matter could happen. She truly didn't know how to face Zhang Laoshi in the future. Wang Ying, what's wrong? Sensing that this was a huge matter, Zhang Yang looked at her anxiously. This? Wang Ying's face turned red. I suspect that Lu Laoshi is Zhang Laoshi in disguise. Lu Laoshi is Zhang Laoshi? Zhang Yang and the others were stunned. Indeed, when fighting against the head of the Lin clan, Lu Laoshi executed Heaven's Path movement art and Heaven's Path leg art. I've seen it clearly, and there's no mistake about it. On top of that, the technique that he used after borrowing Zhao Ya's sword is Heaven's Path sword art which Grand Teacher passed down to Zhao Ya. Furthermore, given how he treated us, seeing the disbelieving looks of the trio, Wang Ying explained, Lu Laoshi is Zhang Laoshi? Then, the person we poisoned is Zhang Laoshi? And we even scolded him so happily. Yuan Tao, Zhang Yang, and Lu Yang trembled in shock. Their faces turned pale, and they were on the verge of breaking down. If that was true, then what in the world did they do in the past few days? Teacher had done so much for them, yet all that was on their minds was how they could do him in. The trio felt so stifled that they might spew blood. I want to go to Tianwu Academy to apologize to teacher. After a long moment, Zhang Yang slowly said with a pale face, I'll go with you. Same here. Yuan Tao and Lu Yang hurriedly nodded. All right. Upon making a decision, the group hurriedly headed toward Tianwu Academy. Knowing that they had to face it sooner or later, Zhao Ya and Wang Ying also tagged along with them. Dong. Before they could reach the academy, the sound of a deafening bell rang. It's from the Master Teacher Pavilion. The group couldn't help but turn toward the source of the ringing. Chapter 392. Envoy from the headquarters. This sound is the bell from the Master Teacher Pavilion to gather all Master Teachers. Something huge must have happened. Zhao Ya's face tightened in worry. The bell from the Master Teacher Pavilion wouldn't sound for no reason, and when it did, it meant that something urgent and important had occurred. Let's go over to the Master Teacher Pavilion and take a look first. If teacher is in the capital, he'll surely rush over as well. Frowning, Zhao Yu instructed. The bell demanded for the presence of all Master Teachers. If Lu Laoshi was truly Zhang Laoshi, he should rush there upon hearing the bell as well. Zhang Yang and the others nodded. Thus, the group started heading toward the Master Teacher Pavilion. This is the assembly bell? Who rang it? Standing at the entrance of the Lin clan was Pavilion Master Jiang, who was still in a slight trance after Zhang Xian's lecture. Upon hearing the sound, he was taken aback. Not everyone was qualified to ring the bell in the Master Teacher Pavilion. In the entire Tianwu Kingdom, only the Pavilion Master and the other two-star Master Teachers wielded the rights to do so. However, given that the three of them were here, what in the world was going on? Something urgent must have cropped up. Let's hurry back to take a look. A grave look appeared on Elder Zhu's face. Pavilion Master Jiang nodded. Without any hesitation, he led the group of master teachers gathered here back to the Master Teacher Pavilion as quickly as possible. Let's go over and take a look as well. Mo Tianxue and the others also followed them back to the Master Teacher Pavilion. The Master Teacher Pavilion was the foundation of a kingdom. Without their support, putting aside the fact that the kingdom's tier might be lowered, it would also make the kingdom more prone to attacks. At this moment, the sound of the bell reverberated through the entire capital, attracting the attention of countless people. Even Zhang Xian and Mo Hongyi were taken aback. The Master Teacher Pavilion is summoning us. Let's go over as well, Mo Hongyi said grimly. Zhang Xian nodded. Teacher. Lu Chong hurried forward. Find Mu Xueqing and the others, and bring them to the Master Teacher Pavilion. Knowing Lu Chong's intentions, Zhang Xian immediately issued him some instructions. Initially, they had agreed on finishing the examination tomorrow. However, since that Mo Hongyi had recovered, and he was going to head there anyway, Zhang Xian didn't mind finishing the examination today so that he could be promoted to a 2-star master teacher. Not daring to dawdle, Pavilion Master Jiang and the others rushed straight back. It didn't take them too long to arrive at the Master Teacher Pavilion. As soon as they stepped into the guild, an apprentice quickly walked up to them. Pavilion Master, Elder Zhu, what happened? Jiang Shu looked at him with a deep frown sitting on his forehead. The headquarters sent 2 envoys over. Seeing that there isn't a single master teacher here, they instructed me to ring the assembly bell. The apprentice explained. Envoys from the headquarters? Getting. Pavilion Master Jiang's heart skipped a beat. Bring me over quickly. Upon walking into the main hall, he saw 2 elders seated at the very top of the room. You're Jiang Shu? Before Jiang Shu could reply, an elder stroked his beard and introduced themselves. I am Su Fan, and this is Ling Yuheng. We're from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Master Teacher Pavilion. Su Fan? Ling Yuheng? Pavilion Master Jiang was stunned for a moment before a jolt shot through his entire body. Disbelief shone in his eyes. The 4-star master teachers of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Su Shi and Ling Shi? Even though Jiang Shu had never been to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's capital before, Su Shi and Ling Shi were names that all master teachers within the Myriad Kingdom Alliance were familiar with. Could they be those 2 legendary figures? Why would they visit Tianwu Kingdom personally? Hee, that's us. Chuckling, the duo nodded slightly. Their movements and words weren't excessive, and they exuded an extremely peaceful and tranquil feeling. The crowd didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure or intimidation from them, for star. Upon hearing their words, the faces of Elder Zhu and the others turned pale, and they nearly fainted on the spot. They were legendary figures who were said to possess the capability to turn stone into gold, and the destructive might to crush mountains and split rivers. Under such rumors, the group subconsciously felt that they lived in a completely different world from the duo. Yet, to think that there would come a day where they would be talking harmoniously. Initially, they were still slightly intrigued about the ringing of the assembly bell. This bell was usually used for emergencies, and only the 2-star master teachers had the right to ring it. As 4-star master teachers, the duo was more than qualified to ring the assembly bell. However, as 4-star master teachers, the duo was indeed more than qualified to ring the assembly bell. There's no need to get nervous. The purpose of our visit is to look for Zhang Xian. Seeing the stiff expressions on the crowd, Su Shi chuckled lightly. His voice was as gentle as a spring wind, and subconsciously, the stiffened bodies of the crowd relaxed, and their tension disappeared. Impartation of heaven's will. Incredible. Sensing the visible changes in their bodies, the crowd was filled with awe for the duo. To dispel their nervousness with a single word, surely they would be able to render them powerless with another. The might of a 4-star master teacher was indeed fearsome. Zhang Xian? Heaving a sigh of relief, Pavilion Master Jiang asked doubtfully. Zhang Xian had broken innumerable records of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Even though Jiang Shu didn't report the matter to the headquarter had a way of looking into such matters. Given the outstanding results, it would be difficult for Zhang Xian to not attract any attention. May I know if Zhang Shi is here? Su Shi looked around the room. Reporting to Su Shi, Zhang Xian is currently in the midst of his 2-star Master Teacher Trust Level test, so he isn't here. Pavilion Master Jiang hurriedly replied, "He isn't here? Then, bring me the record crystal of his Master Teacher examination. I want to take a look at the situation." Upon hearing that Zhang Xian wasn't around, Su Shi issued another instruction. Yes, not daring to keep such esteemed guests waiting, Pavilion Master Jiang immediately issued the orders, and a master teacher quickly rushed out. Soon, the record crystal that had recorded Zhang Xian's examination was brought into the main hall. Su Shi and Ling Shi glanced at one another. Then, Su Shi stretched his hand forward to slightly tap on the record crystal, and the scene of the examination back then immediately appeared. House of Trust, Supporting Occupation Pavilion, Puppet Hall, Cultivation Technique Ocean, and Unerring Pavilion. Seeing the young man undertake the tests one after another, the initial calmness of Su Shi and Ling Shi slowly faded, and eventually, just like the many others who were present that day, it transformed into shock. Soon, after watching the entire proceedings, the duo glanced at one another, and they could see the incredulity in each other's eyes. Despite teaching his students for just a couple of days, he managed to induce a trust level of 85 in them. At the start of the examination, his soul depth was only 5.1, but in the blink of an eye, it increased all the way of 10.1, scoring 130 points in the Supporting Occupation Pavilion where the highest possible score should have been 100, inducing the harmonious chiming of the 100 bells in the Cultivation Technique Ocean, and getting it to submit with a bellow, uncovering 30 flaws in the Unerring Pavilion, reaching Zhongshe Realm in just a few moments. Despite witnessing his feats personally, they couldn't help but doubt that they were dreaming. Where in the world did this fellow pop out from? How did he manage to achieve such outstanding results? Reporting to Su Shi and Ling Shi, I, Jiang Shu, can use my reputation as a master teacher to guarantee that Zhang Shi didn't even know the proceedings of the examination beforehand. All of his records were made on the spot, and the record crystal hasn't been tampered in any way. Seeing the disbelief in their eyes, Jiang Shu hurriedly explained, we're still able to tell whether the record crystal has been tampered or not." Su Shi nodded. As a 4-star master teacher, he was more than capable of telling with a single glance whether the person before him was lying or not, and whether the record crystal had been tampered with or not. This was precisely the reason why he found the entire situation inconceivable. Of the kingdoms beneath the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, there didn't seem to be a single one who was as incredible as this Zhang Xian. But of course, if this wasn't the case, they wouldn't have rushed from the Alliance to such a remote location upon receiving the news. Tell us about the background of this Zhang Shi. Returning the record crystal, Su Shi probed. Yes, this Zhang Shi comes from Tianqian Kingdom. After organizing the information on Zhang Xian in his head, Pavilion Master Jiang replied, "Talent wasn't the only factor required for one to become a master teacher. One had to have a clean background as well." It wasn't too difficult for him, as the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, to look into Zhang Xian's identity and background. Currently, he's a 3-star painter, 2-star beast tamer, and an apothecary and physician exceeding 3-star. Naturally, he doesn't have the emblems for the latter two yet. Even though his skills have reached the required level, his cultivation is still much too lacking. He's currently at Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle, and he has comprehended the partial heart realm of Sword Heart. Jiang Shu recounted. Every single point that he brought up caused the shock on Su Shi and Ling Shi's faces to deepen, and eventually, the duo became completely numb to his achievements. However, a doubt slowly sprouted in their minds. How in the world did a fellow who originated from such a remote location be skilled in so many occupations? On top of that, to possess such incredible talent as a master teacher? Upon thinking of this, Su Shi couldn't help but raise his doubt. I was perplexed over this matter initially as well, but eventually, I realized that it's because Zhang Shi's teacher is formidable. Jiang Shu explained, it's very likely that he's a 4-star master teacher as well, or perhaps even surpassing that level. Oh, the faces of the duo immediately turned grave. What's the name of his teacher? Yang Xian. Yang Xian, Su Shi, and Ling Shi frowned. They knew quite a few 4-star and 5-star master teachers, but they had never heard of this name. This Yang Shi is currently my teacher as well. Sensing their doubts, Jiang Shu started to recount how he met Yang Shi, and how he eventually acknowledged the other party as his teacher. With just the slightest guidance from him, you were able to tame the Crimson Tiger. On top of that, he was able to tell the flaws in your cultivation in that short fight between you and the Crimson Tiger? Su Shi widened his eyes in shock. Su Shi was also capable of those 2 feats, but he definitely wasn't able to do it as quickly and easily as the other party did. Given how easily that Yang Shi did so, not to mention, during the fight between the Crimson Tiger and Jiang Shu, he was still on the back of an aerial savage beast. The other party's eye of discernment was simply way too formidable. That's right. Jiang Shu nodded. Honestly, he was filled with earnest respect and admiration for Yang Shi. After cultivating the improved cultivation technique that the other party gave him, not only did he recover from his hidden trauma, he could even vaguely sense that he was going to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation soon. No matter how foolish one was, it would be clear to them that this was all Yang Shi's work. With just a casual pointer, he was able to induce such massive effects. Given that Jiang Shi was his direct disciple, he must have undergone personal tutelage from the other party on a daily basis. Under such circumstances, it wasn't unimaginable for him to be capable of such incredible feats. Is that Yang Shi still in the capital? Can you bring me to pay him a visit? Recovering from his shock, Su Shi couldn't help but ask. Even though he had never heard of Yang Xian, given how the other party managed to groom an outstanding student like Jiang Xian and induce such a huge improvement in Jiang Shu with just a few casual pointers, his ranking as a master teacher must definitely be above theirs. If they could meet and interact with him, they would definitely benefit greatly from the exchange. Teacher is currently in the capital, but he is often out. If the 2 elders wish to meet him, please allow me to first report the matter to him first. Jiang Shu hurriedly replied. Even though his teacher was in the capital, he was often out of the residence. Also, without teacher's permission, he didn't dare to bring anyone else over, even if the people he was bringing over were 4-star master teachers. We'll be troubling Pavilion Master Jiang then. Su Shi nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Elder Zhu, who had gone out a while ago to settle a few matters, suddenly rushed back anxiously. Su Shi, Ling Shi, and Pavilion Master Zhang Shi and Imo Hongyi have returned, and they are currently at the examination hall. It seems like they have decided to end the examination in advance. End the examination in advance? Pavilion Master Zhang froze. It has only been a few days since the examination started, and they have already succeeded in inducing a trust level of 40 among their students in their disguised identity? Chapter 393 Your Name 1. The last test of the 2-star Master Teacher examination was for them to assume the role of a teacher under another identity and raise the trust level of their student in them to 40 within 10 days. It hadn't even been 7 days, and they were already here. Could it be that their students' trust levels in them had already reached 40? That Jiang Xian is here too? Hearing the conversation, Su Shi looked over and asked, "What's going on?" "It's like this." Pavilion Master Jiang explained the situation in detail. There were several hundred types of 2-star Master Teacher examinations, depending on the guild one was in. This was precisely the reason why all of the 1-star Master Teacher in the guild, and this was including Principal Xie, didn't know that the examination for the duo was to conceal their identity and teach at Tianwu Academy. So that's the case. I am also quite interested to see how high the trust level Zhang Xian's students have in him under his disguise. After comprehending the situation, Su Shi nodded, turned his head to the side, and asked Ling Shi, "Do you want to come along as well?" Ling Shi smiled. "I am fine with going over as well, but we have to make some preparations beforehand. As 4-star master teachers, our arrival will surely cause a huge uproar, and the results of the examination might be affected. So, you all shouldn't immediately reveal our identities when we arrive in the examination hall later on." As 4-star master teachers, the 2 of them possessed esteemed standing. Even the emperor would have to welcome them personally with utmost respect and deference to their position. If news of their arrival were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. There was a great possibility that it might affect the accuracy of the results of the test. Zhang Shu and the others nodded in agreement. Since these two had spoken, who would dare to refute them? The group headed straight for the examination hall, and before they could enter, they could already hear a huge commotion in the area. Why did the bell suddenly ring? I've no idea. Maybe someone is going to take the master teacher examination? However, there doesn't seem to be anything here though. Impossible. Back then, when Zhang Shi and Emo Shi were taking the examination, I was here, and the bell wasn't rung then. Pushing the door open, they immediately saw a huge crowd before them. It was the group who had gathered at the entrance of the Lin clan previously. Emo Tianxue, Mu Yangfeng. Many esteemed figures of Tianwu Kingdom were within the crowd. They had all rushed here upon hearing the bell to join in with the commotion, but due to the various restrictions of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, they could only wait here. Even until now, they had no idea what was going on. Pavilion Master Jiang is here. Pavilion Master Jiang, what happened? Upon seeing the group walk in, someone among the crowd shouted. Of the group, the most conspicuous person was Pavilion Master Jiang. No one paid any heed to Su Shi and Emo Shi, who were standing at the back. Besides, even if they were to notice them, they wouldn't recognize them anyway. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance was simply too far away, and Su Shi and Ling Shi were figures way beyond them. Pavilion Master Jiang also only managed to recognize them after their introduction. Something did happen, but there's no need to panic. You will all know soon enough. Pavilion Master Jiang shook his hands casually before turning around to discreetly issue some instructions to Elder Zhu. As soon as the trust level of Zhang Xian and Emo Hongyi's students reach a minimum of 40, he would announce their true identity instantly. In a sense, this could be considered as a huge matter. However, he couldn't say anything about it now. If not, it might affect the final result. After being delegated with some tasks, Elder Zhu backed down and soon, he led two people in. Zhang Xian and Emo Hongyi. But they were still currently in disguise as Lu Cheng and Sun Cheng. It's Guild Master Lu and Sun Laoshi. I've heard of this Sun Laoshi as well. He was also accepted into Tianwu Academy a few days ago, and his lessons are formidable as well. My son attended his lessons and his cultivation immediately soared furiously. To invite the two of them over, could it be that the Master Teacher Pavilion is going to make an exception for the two of them and grant them the position of a Master Teacher? Grant them the position of a Master Teacher? There has never been such a practice. I reckon that the Master Teacher Pavilion is just going to bestow them with some special privileges or something. Discussion sounded among the crowd once more. These two had made a name for themselves recently, and there were quite a few people who had looked into their backgrounds. Due to several personal circumstances, neither of them were eligible to take on the Master Teacher examination, to be brought here despite their ineligibility. Most probably, the Master Teacher Pavilion was just going to grant them some privileges and protect them. Such matters had happened in the past as well. More than a century ago, there was a teacher whose lessons was incredible, and he made a huge contribution to society. Thus, the Master Teacher Pavilion granted him the title of an honorary elder, and his standing immediately soared. Eventually, even the Tianwu royal family had to treat him as an important guest. Could it be that it was happening again? Wait a moment. If that's the case, why would their students be here then? That's true. Soon, someone noticed that something was amiss. Usually, this kind of bestowment would be announced beforehand. On top of that, this wasn't good enough a reason to knock the assembly bell and have all of the master teachers gather here. And most importantly of all, there was no reason for the duo to bring all of their students here for the ceremony. The crowd here was brought together by Lu Cheng students. They might not recognize Sun Cheng students, but upon seeing that Lu Cheng, Mu Xueqing, Meng Tao, and the others here, they immediately knew that something was amiss. Actually, they weren't the only confused ones. Mu Xueqing and the others were perplexed as well. Teacher had Lu Cheng urgently gather all of them, so they thought that it might be an important matter. They couldn't have imagined that the location they were heading to was the Master Teacher Pavilion. Lu Laoshi wasn't a Master Teacher, so there shouldn't be any reason for him to be here. The two teachers, who goes first? Pavilion Master Jiang smiled at the duo. Sun Laosher, you should go first, Zhang Xian said. Until now, Zhang Xian still felt a little guilty that his students were the cause of his suffering. All right then, I'll go first. Mo Hongyi didn't turn down the offer. Beckoning behind him back, two students walked out. You two, go in and test your trust level. Don't let me down. It's them? Upon seeing the duo, Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback. He actually recognized the duo. They were the two students whom he met during the public recruitment exercise. One of them detested studying while the other one was on the verge of expulsion. After being accepted into Tianwu Academy and taking over Mu Xueqing's class, Zhang Xian had been busy, so he forgot about the duo. To think that they had become Mo Hongyi's students. Back then, Zhang Xian had already accurately pointed out the crux of their affliction. As such, Mo Hongyi was able to allocate the most appropriate treatment for their afflictions. It was no wonder why Mo Hongyi was so confident of passing the examination. He had come prepared. Yes. The two students nodded and entered the House of Trust. The procedure was exactly the same as for the one-star master teacher examination. Could this Sun Laosher be Mo Hongyi? Taking this scene into sight, Mo Yu suddenly came to a realization. Since Lu Cheng was Zhang Xian, then Mo Hongyi, who had taken the two-star master teacher examination alongside him, had to be this Sun Cheng. Only those who are taking the master teacher examination will have to test the trust level of their students, right? Could it be that these two are intending to take the examination as well? But they don't possess the state of insight. How can they take the examination? Let's wait and see. The answer should be revealed soon. The crowd was completely bewildered by this bizarre turn of events, and a deep crease was etched onto their foreheads. They had absolutely no idea what Pavilion Master Jiang was up to, and why this Sun Laosher was bringing his own students here to test their trust level. Wang. A short moment after the entry of the duo, light shone on the door of the House of Trust, and a few digits floated into appearance. The crowd hurriedly took a look. 42. Upon seeing the numbers, Mo Hongyi's tension immediately escaped from him, and he heaved a huge sigh of relief. He was confident that it would exceed 40, but when it came down to it, uncertainty started scratching at his mind. Upon seeing the results, he felt as though a huge weight had been lifted off his chest. Given that he had passed the examination within 10 days, he was, as of now, officially a two-star master teacher. Not bad. Su Shi and Ling Shi nodded in approval. They had heard of this Mo Hongyi before, and he did possess outstanding talents. In a Tier 1 kingdom, he was indeed a top-notch genius. In fact, even in conferred kingdoms, he would rank among the top. However, in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, he was still far from matching to the true geniuses. While he wasn't mediocre, his feats wouldn't impress anyone there. Lu Laosher, it's your turn. Now that Mo Hongyi had passed, the eyes of Pavilion Master Jiang and the other master teachers immediately centered on Zhang Xian. All right. Stretching his back lazily, Zhang Xian nodded and smiled. If I recall correctly, as long the trust level of a student of mine reaches 40, I would have passed the examination, right? He seemed to recall that a single student was sufficient for the test. If so, there was no need to trouble the rest of them. Indeed. Pavilion Master Jiang nodded. All right, you enter. Surveying the crowd, Zhang Xian casually pointed. After several days of interaction with his class, he was confident that the trust level of any single of his students would definitely exceed 40. Since that was the case, there was no need to intentionally cause a ruckus. Cough, cough. At times like this, it was best to maintain a low profile. Of course, if Mo Yu and the others were to know his thoughts, they would definitely faint on the spot. Low profile? How in the world do you fit that image? It will already be a miracle if you don't flip the entire world upside down. Yes, teacher. A student walked into the House of Trust. He's Zhang Xian. After Zhang Xian's student walked into the room, the two 4-star master teachers from the headquarters immediately turned their attention to Zhang Xian. The scene they saw in the record crystal was simply too shocking. They were curious to see if this young man could create another miracle this time. He seems quite confident. Just that, I wonder what his results will be. Stroking his beard, a contemplative look appeared on Su Shi's face. 30 years ago, our guild also used the same test for the 2-star master teacher examination. I recall that there's a genius who managed to induce a trust level of 65 in his student. Nostalgia filled Ling Shi's eyes. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance had once adopted this examination method before as well, and countless geniuses had achieved outstanding results in it. Indeed, that kind of trust level is already comparable to one's parents. To achieve such a level in 10 days, and under disguise at that, that person's means were indeed outstanding. Su Shi nodded. It would be difficult for even a 3-star master teacher to induce a trust level of 65 in a person within a short period of time, not to mention in an inconspicuous, disguised identity. To achieve such a result when starting from scratch was indeed a formidable feat, even within the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. But of course, this was only limited to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. In higher-tiered empires, there were even more absurd geniuses. This Zhang Xian has managed to make so many news records. I wonder if he can surpass the previous genius's record of 65. Ling Shi said, Only if he breaks that record will he have the right to compete with those people. The duo spoke using telepathy, so no one could hear their words. Wang, just as they were discussing, the door of the House of Trust swayed, and a few digits floated into appearance. 61. Chapter 394 Your Name Too, 61? Seeing the number, Su Shi and Ling Shi glanced at one another, and a look of disappointment flickered across their faces. They bore high hopes for this youngster who had made many new records, but from the looks of it now, they seemed to have overestimated the other party. 61 is a decent score, but he's still a little lacking to compete with those geniuses. Su Shi shook his head. Indeed. Ling Shi agreed. A trust level of 60 was already equivalent to the relationship between parent and child. Zhang Xian's record was far beyond that of Mo Hongyi, but he still failed to meet the expectations of the 2 4-star master teachers. This is a pass, right? Oblivious to the disappointment of the duo, Zhang Xian turned to Pavilion Master Jiang and asked, It's a pass. Pavilion Master Jiang nodded. It was a pass as long as the trust level of their student reached 40. 61 was already an extremely high score. Upon seeing Zhang Xian's result, a bitter smile flashed across Mo Hongyi's face. Given how his records were completely overthrown by Zhang Xian previously, even though he knew it was unlikely, he still bore some expectations that he might triumph over him this time around. However, it seemed like he was being too naive. He was truly a far match from this genius. Wait a minute. Lu Laoshi, isn't your best student Mu Xueqing and Lu Cheng? Who's this student? Why haven't I met him before? Even though Zhang Xian had passed, Pavilion Master Jiang still couldn't help but ask in bewilderment. Based on the news he got, Zhang Xian should be the closest to Mu Xueqing and Lu Cheng, so their trust level should be the highest of his students. The candidates were allowed to pick any student for the test, but usually, one would pick the student they were closest with. Pavilion Master Jiang had been keeping tabs on the examination, but he hadn't seen or heard of this person. Thus, he was perplexed as to why Zhang Xian would send this student forward. Could it be that he had cared for this student more than the others privately, allowing his trust level to reach 61? Upon hearing those words, the crowd also suddenly realized the peculiarity of this issue. Thus, they turned their sights to Zhang Xian, curious to listen to his explanation. You've never met him before? Not expecting the other party to ask such a question, Zhang Xian scratched his head. Allow me to introduce him then. This is... Halfway through, an awkward look surfaced on Zhang Xian's face. He hurriedly turned to look at the student who walked out from the House of Trust and asked, My apologies, but I don't remember your name. May I ask how I should address you? Putong. Putong. As soon as Zhang Xian said those words, the crowd immediately fell to the ground. They felt the world spinning around them, and they nearly keeled over on the spot. Even Su Shi and Ling Shi, who were shaking their heads in disappointment a moment ago, had the corner of their lips twitching. Are you for real? A student who has a trust level of 61 toward you, and you don't even know his name? To earn the trust of their students, most teachers would treat them as though their friend and use all kinds of means to win their goodwill. Yet, you, despite conducting lessons for them for so long, you don't even know his name. More importantly, the other party actually had a trust level of 61 toward you. In other words, you're as close to him as his parents. The heck? Everyone hurriedly turned to the student. Your teacher doesn't even know who you are, and yet, you possess such deep trust in him, even moving your clan to stand against the Lin clan for him. Why? Reporting to teacher, I am GE. Teacher once offered me some pointers, solving the problem of my blocked meridians on the left side of my body. Upon hearing his teacher's question, the young man immediately replied with an agitated look. GE. Zhang Xian scratched his head in confusion. He really hadn't heard of this name before. However, he did remember solving a student's problem of blocked meridian on the left side of his body. It was at the very first day that he happened to see a student suffering from such a problem. With half of the meridians in his body blocked, he might become paralyzed if he were to continue cultivating. Thus, Zhang Xian stepped in and helped him. In the midst of doing so, this fellow's cultivation also rose by 2 stages, leaving many onlookers green with envy. Thinking of it now, he seemed to recall seeing the name GE in the library of Heaven's Path. However, as he had met and helped too many students back in Tianwu Academy, and this student didn't have any distinctive traits to him, he forgot about this matter. Operating under 3 identities, Lu Cheng, Zhang Xian, and Yang Xian, he had so many things to handle that even finding time to eat was difficult. So how could he have the energy to remember the names of each and every student? It was already good that he could remember Lu Cheng, Mu Xueqing, and Meng Tao's names. All right, allow me to introduce him to you all. He's GE, and he's my student. After finding out the other party's name, Zhang Xian introduced him grandly to Pavilion Master Jiang. Jiang Shu. The crowd. We have already heard your conversation. What is the use of you introducing him to us once more? More importantly, given the confused look on your face, all you know about the other party is probably just his name. Clearly, you don't even know what clan he comes from, and even how old he is. You might as well just remain quiet like that. At the very least, we can suffer less damage from this farce. At the side, tears were trickling down Mo Hongyi's eyes. What in the world was this? In order to raise the trust level of his students in him swiftly, he only ran short of serving them as though they were his ancestor. Every day, he would ask about their condition and personally tutor them on their cultivation. He would stay up all night to ponder over their situation, fearing that he might make the slightest mistake. In the end, the trust level of these 2 fellows ended up to be only 42. Yet, Zhang Xian didn't even know the name of his student, and the trust level was already 61. The heck? We are both humans. Why is there such a huge disparity between us? He instinctively turned to look at his 2 students, and he nearly broke down. These 2 fellows were staring at Lu Laoshi with shining eyes. Clearly, they wanted to become his students as well, and they were filled with envy for Mu Xueqing and the others. That is enough of you 2. Even you 2 are treating me like that? It's as though you 2 have never met a teacher before. Besides, I, Mo Hongyi, as the #1 genius of Tianwu Kingdom, am not inferior to him, all right? Seeing the sight before him turn dark, Mo Hongyi suddenly realized what a foolish decision it was for him to take the 2-star master teacher examination along with this fellow. This monster, Mo muttered. Others might think that Zhang Xian was putting on an act. After all, the idea of him not knowing the other party when the other party had a trust level of 61 in him was inconceivable. However, Mo knew that this was true. Sometimes, this fellow could be so astute that it induced fear in others, and at other times, he could be so clumsy that it left others frustrated. Putting aside his students, Mo thought that it was very possible that if she didn't accompany him to look for the great Herb King, he might not even remember her name as well. Just the thought of it left her stifled. All right, then, can we test the trust level of Lu Cheng then? Holding back his frustration, Pavilion Master Jiang asked. If even a student he didn't know could have a trust level of 61 in him, then what about Lu Cheng? After all, for Lu Cheng, Zhang Xian even went to the extent of standing against the Lin clan single-handedly. Taken aback, Zhang Xian hesitated. Teacher, I'm willing to give it a try. Before Zhang Xian could finish his words, Lu Cheng had already stepped forward. He was also curious to see how much trust he had in his teacher. All right then, be careful. Seeing the intent gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xian knew that it would be difficult for him to reject the matter. Thus, he shook his head helplessly. He had only intended to pass this examination peacefully. Sigh, why was it so difficult to keep a low profile? If Imo Hongi were to know of his thoughts, he would definitely spurt blood. Brother, do you know how hard I've been to keep a high profile all this time? And yet, you managed to reach so high while trying to maintain a low profile. Upon receiving permission, Lu Chong walked into the House of Trust delightfully. Wong. The House of Trust whirled into operation, and radiant light flashed. Will the trust level of this student be higher than the previous one? Taking this sight in, Su Shi couldn't help but ask Pavilion Master Jiang telepathically. He had just arrived at Tianwu Kingdom, so he hadn't heard of the affairs between Zhang Xian and Lu Chong. Naturally, he couldn't understand the relationship between the duo. Su Shi, just wait and see. Pavilion Master Jiang chuckled softly. He wasn't too sure how much trust Lu Chong would have in Zhang Xian, but he had seen the sight previously for himself. To return justice to his student, Zhang Xian was willing to stand against the powerful Lin clan. It would be inconceivable if Lu Chong's trust level wasn't high. Su Shi and Ling Shi glanced at one another. They knew that Pavilion Master Jiang must have his intentions for saying so, and their expectations couldn't help but rise. The crowd was also curious about the results. The entire examination hall fell silent, and everyone's eyes were fixated on the door of the House of Trust. Wong. A moment later, the House of Trust began to shudder, and under a slight buzzing sound, several digits floated into appearance. Upon seeing the numbers, everyone's eyes widened in shock, as though they had seen a ghost. Shock couldn't even begin to describe their emotion. Even the lips of Su Shi and Ling Shi were quivering, and their eyeballs nearly popped out of their skulls. 99? A trust level of 99? This is impeccable trust, life and death companions? Chapter 395. Kong Shi, except me. The trust level's cap was 100, and anything above 90 was considered to be at the pinnacle. Usually, this was a relationship that only existed between 6-star master teachers and their students. A trust level above 95 was even rarer. At the very least, at their level, Su Shi and Ling Shi had never heard of it. This kind of trust level was known as impeccable trust, life and death companions. In other words, with this kind of trust level, under the instructions of his teacher, the student wouldn't hesitate to charge to his death. Su Shi and Ling Shi could only feel the world rotating around them. A moment ago, they thought that Zhang Xian was inferior to those top-notch geniuses, and only now did they realize that the other party had only chosen not to bring out his best student. A trust level of 99. Putting everything aside, even their students whom they have taught for more than 30 years didn't reach this level. Yet, in just 6 days, this fellow, how could there be such an incredible monster? Trust level of 99? So high. The room immediately burst into commotion. There were many clan heads and elders in the examination hall. Even though they weren't master teachers, they still knew what trust level meant. To reach the level of 99. This was beyond their imagination. Such a feat sent them into a frenzy. How could he be an ordinary teacher with this kind of trust level? Even master teachers wouldn't be able to achieve such results. Someone shouted. Only with the trust of one student would one be able to teach properly. Thus, trust had always been an important factor between the relationship of a master teacher and a student. To be capable of such a feat, could it be that this Lu Laoshi was a master teacher? They had never considered this possibility, but at this moment, they couldn't help but doubt this matter. All right, since the examination has ended, allow me to announce the news that I spoke of earlier. Seeing the doubtful expression on the crowd, Pavilion Master Jiang chuckled. Turning to Zhang Xian and Imo Hongi, he said, "You can take off your masks now." Knowing that they had passed their examination and it was time for them to revert back to their original identity, their hands reached for their faces and tore off their masks. It's Zhang Shi. Lu Laoshi is Zhang Shi? No wonder. All along, I've thought it was weird that two geniuses could appear in the capital all of the sudden. To think that they were the same person. In my entire life, I've only admired 2 people, and now it has dropped down to 1. A ruckus broke out in the examination hall. The 2 geniuses that appeared in the capital recently had been a topic of contention, and many fans and haters had been arguing as to who was superior. Yet, to think that they were the same person. The heck? Surely there was a mistake somewhere? If so, didn't it mean that this Zhang Shi was also a monster in the way of medicine and swordsmanship as well? Lu Laoshi, is Zhang Shi? Upon seeing the other party take off his mask and hearing the discussions of the crowd, Mu Xueqing, Lu Chong, and the others were dumbstruck. A while ago, out of admiration for Zhang Xian, they had desired to have him take their class. However, they knew that it was impossible. To think that their dreams then actually came true. Happiness came so quickly. Lu Laoshi was actually Zhang Shi. If only they'd known earlier, they wouldn't have bothered competing with Zhao Ye and the others. They fought so heatedly with one another, only to realize that they were rooting for the same person. Indeed, standing at the back of the crowd, Zhao Ye and the others, who had just arrived at this moment, smiled bitterly. Even though they had their guesses about this matter, seeing this sight personally still astounded them. This was especially so for Zhang Yang and Yuan Tao. The 2 of them were already on the verge of tears, and if they could, they'd knock their heads against the ground and die. As students, they actually poisoned their own teacher. What in the world was this? They had truly brought Zhang Laoshi shame this time. Guild Master Lu, is Zhang Shi? Mo Tianxue was also taken aback. He glanced at his daughter and shook his head helplessly. Before, he'd thought that Zhang Shi was beyond their reach, so he had his daughter interact more with Guild Master Lu, earning his favor if possible. But from the looks of this was just wishful thinking on his part. A genius of that caliber was bound for the vast world outside. Tianwu Kingdom wasn't big enough to confine him, and it was a matter of time before he spread his wings to reach even higher heights. After unmasking, all kinds of thoughts flashed through the minds of the crowd. However, what that dominated the minds of most was astonishment. No one could have imagined that Guildmaster Lu, who caused a huge uproar in the capital, and the great genius Zhang Xian would be the same person. After all, the both of them possessed different levels of cultivation and appearances. Also, their background was flawless, and all the evidence proved that they were 2 different people. Here's your emblems. Knowing that there would be such a sight, Pavilion Master Jiang paid it no heed. He took out 2 emblems and passed them over to the duo. Since they had passed the examination, from today onward, they were 2-star master teachers. Everyone, since Zhang Shi and Mo Shi have passed the 2-star master teacher examination, they'll have to head to the teacher acknowledgement hall to seek the ancestors' acknowledgement. Thus, we'll leave first. Placing the emblem into the palms of the duo, Pavilion Master Jiang smiled and clasped his fist toward the crowd. All right, we'll be leaving now. Since this is the tradition of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, we shan't impose on you all then. In any case, being able to personally witness a trust level of 99 between a student and teacher and the unveiling of Lu Laoshi's true identity as Zhang Shi. This trip isn't wasted. Knowing the meaning behind the other party's words, the crowd bade their farewells. The reason why they came here was to uncover the reason behind the ringing of the assembly bell. Being able to witness the final proceedings of the 2-star master-teacher examination made this trip one worth taking. Today's matter would surely spread across the 13 surrounding kingdoms in the fastest time possible. Zhang Xian would soon become the idol of countless people. Soon, only the master teachers were left in the examination hall. Zhang Shi and Mo Shi, since you 2 have passed the 2-star master-teacher examination, then going by our traditions, we'll have to bring you all to the ancestors to seek their recognition, as well as to explain the responsibilities and duties of a master teacher to the 2 of you. Let's head to the teacher acknowledgement hall together. After the crowd left, Pavilion Master Jiang started speaking. Aware of this rule, Zhang Xian nodded. Then, following behind Pavilion Master Jiang, he headed out of the examination hall. The teacher acknowledgement hall wasn't too far away from the examination hall. In just a few footsteps, the group reached their destination. Countless ancestral tablets filled the room, and a massive statue stood at the very center of the room. Holding onto a scroll in his hands, he had an imposing appearance. This Catching sight of the tablet, Zhang Xian's head jolted. Confusion blinked into his eyes. It's that old geezer? He just met that man this morning, right after he was conferred as a celestial master teacher. Not only did the other party pull him into an illusion, he even demanded him to become his student. Back then, Zhang Xian rejected him flatly. To think that there would be a statue of him in the teacher acknowledgement hall. Who's this old geezer? Is he the previous pavilion master? Why would the statue of this shameless fellow be placed here? Recalling how the other party tried to do him in secretly, Zhang Xian felt a little frustrated. Turning to Pavilion Master Jiang, he pointed to the statue and questioned righteously. What in the world was this? The teacher acknowledgement hall was such an important location, yet the statue of that despicable old geezer was actually placed here. Wasn't this way too inappropriate? Old geezer, Pavilion Master Jiang, Su Shi, Ling Shi, and the few other master teachers tagging along turned pale, and they nearly fainted on the spot. This was Kong Shi, the greatest teacher in history. No matter who it was, even if one was a 9-star master teacher, one would have to bow to him with utmost respect. Yet, to address him as old geezer. The heck. You must be mad. Audacious. Fling his sleeves, Su Shi roared furiously. I'm speaking the truth. This fellow assaulted me. Upon recalling that sight, Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel frustrated. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly froze. Turning to Su Shi with a doubtful gaze, he asked, Who are you? Where did you come from? Is this your place to speak? There were a total of 13 1-star master teachers and 3 2-star master teachers in Tianwu Kingdom. Adding Imo Hongyi and him, there was a total of 5 2-star master teachers now. Zhang Xian had met all of them before, and other than them, there was no one who could match up to his current standing in Tianwu Kingdom. The hierarchy among master teachers was strict, and lower-ranked master teachers weren't allowed to talk back to higher-ranked ones. Didn't this old fellow know that he was a 2-star master teacher? Wasn't he afraid of being charged with insubordination? Pavilion Master Jiang, Vice Pavilion Master Guan, Elder Zhu, and the others tugged at their head in frenzy. Criticizing Kong Shi as a shameless, old geezer was already sufficient to send everyone into a frenzy. And yet, now you're criticizing a 4-star master teacher in public? All of the master teachers who followed along felt as though they were going mad. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly before the 2 4-star master teachers for fear of incurring their displeasure. Yet, this fellow criticized one of them to his face. Do you need to be so courageous? Don't worry. Su Shi and I came from afar, and Pavilion Master Jiang hasn't introduced us yet. So, it's natural for Zhang Shi to not recognize us. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Ling Shi spoke up. Master teachers needed to have a disposition and attitude befitting of their positions. They had concealed their identity intentionally, so it wasn't surprising for the other party to not know the truth. Seeing how respectful your tone is, I'll forgive you this time around. Zhang Xian nodded. Given the earnest attitude of the other party, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to pursue this matter either. Cough, cough. Upon seeing that his words had earned him the forgiveness of the other party, Ling Shi immediately choked on his saliva. Given that the other party didn't know their identity, he couldn't be blamed for his lack of respect. Thus, instead of dawdling on the issue, Su Shi began to introduce the statue. I was rash just now. Once I introduce the person the statue is modeled after, you will understand the reason behind my words. In the teacher acknowledgement hall, even 9-star master teachers were only given the rights to have their names marked on the ancestral tablets. Yet, the massive statue is placed right in the center of the hall. Can't you guess his identity? His identity? Zhang Xian was taken aback. As soon as he saw the old geezer's appearance, he immediately recalled how the other party assaulted him when he was off guard, and clouded by rage, he immediately spoke without thinking. Thinking of it now, there was indeed something amiss. Marked on the ancestral tablets were 8-star, 9-star master teachers whose name and feats shook the entire continent. Even so, their names were only inscribed on the tablets. Yet, this person had a gigantic statue placed at the very center of the room. This, in itself, already said a lot about the identity of the person. Could he be? possibility flashed across his mind, and Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. Indeed, he's Kong Shi. Su Shi stroked his beard. As the founder of the Master Teacher Pavilion, all newly appointed Master Teachers are to pay respect to him. Kong Shi. Zhang Xian was stunned. He had been looking into Kong Shi's affairs to uncover the cure for the innate fetal poison all along. However, perhaps due to the remote location, or that too long a time had passed, there wasn't too much information on the other party left in this world. Eventually, even with the help of the Library of Heaven's Path, the only solution Zhang Xian got was that he had to become a 9-star Master Teacher to resolve this poison. Thus, he intended to head to higher-tiered Master Teacher pavilions to continue looking into the matter, but who could have thought that? Kong Shi tried to take him in as his student, yet he, straightforwardly, rejected him? Old geezer. No, Kong Shi. I agree to it. Take me in as your student. Take me in as your student. With a pale face, Zhang Xian howled before diving straight toward the statue with glowing eyes. Su Shi and Ling Shi. Pavilion Master Jiang and the other Master Teachers. Chapter 396. Acknowledgement of the Ancestors. This was Kong Shi, the incredible figure who founded the Master Teacher Pavilion. If Zhang Xian was accepted as his student, not only could he learn the solution to solving the innate fetal poison, he would even gain a huge backer. If he were to become the student of such a formidable figure, he would probably get at least a few thousand spirit stones as an acceptance gift. Otherwise, it would be unbefitting of his title as the world's teacher. If only I knew that you are Kong Shi, I wouldn't have rejected you so haughtily. I would have surely agreed to it immediately. Zhang Xian felt so regretful that his intestines were turning green. To reject even Kong Shi's admittance, was there a person who was more foolish than him in this world? If he knew that such a matter would occur, he would have at least flipped through some books to take a look at Kong Shi's appearance. If he knew who this old geezer was, he wouldn't have made such a foolish decision. Zhang Shi, Kong Shi has already been dead for many years. This is only his statue, and it doesn't possess consciousness. Seeing the fellow before him going into a frenzy, Su Shi hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. Kong Shi had departed from the world many years ago, and what was left in his statue was just his lingering will. Putting aside your crying, it will be useless even if you were to smash this statue. Take you in? Do you think that it's that easy to become Kong Shi's student? Could it be that it isn't him? Different from Su Shi's reaction, Pavilion Master Jiang, Elder Zhu, and the others glanced at one another doubtfully. This morning, they had witnessed the bestowment of the title of Celestial Master Teacher and the act of Kong Shi accepting a disciple for themselves, and they remembered clearly how that person rejected him on the spot. All along, they had been thinking that it was Zhang Shi, but from the looks of it, that didn't seem to be the case. After all, just by looking at the desire and anticipation on his face, how could he have possibly given up such a good opportunity? But of course, if Zhang Xian were to know their thoughts, he would probably burst into tears. Do you think that I wanted that to happen? It's because I didn't recognize him. Doesn't possess consciousness? I see. Lifting his head to take another look at the statue, he confirmed that there wasn't any spirit within it, unlike the situation before. Thus, Zhang Xian could only shake his head helplessly. Even so, he secretly sneaked his hand over and touched the statue. Who? A book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path, a statue produced in Luohai City from a 9mo craftsman. It was created by roasting deep ocean soil for 49 days, giving it a durability that could even last past a millennium. Flaws. Pooh. Zhang Xian's body swayed. There was no doubt about it. What was before him was just a simple statue. To think that he passed up the opportunity to become Kong Shi's disciple. Such a huge waste. Let's begin. Seeing that the genius Zhang Shi had finally reverted back to his normal state, Su Shi gestured. Pavilion Master Jiang stepped forward and said, "You two have passed the examination and obtained your Master Teacher emblems, but to be acknowledged by the other Master Teachers, you all must gain the acknowledgement of the Ancestors first. If you succeed, the Ancestors will bestow you a unique aura. Even without your emblem, through exuding this aura, other master teachers will still be able to recognize you. Even though Su Shi and Ling Shi didn't take out their emblems just now, and all they had said was their names, Pavilion Master Jiang didn't doubt their words at all. This was because of a unique aura that they exuded which confirmed their identities. Succeed? Does that mean that there are people who aren't acknowledged? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Of course. The acknowledgement depends on the will of the ancestors. Every single tablet possesses a lingering spirit. Even though they don't possess consciousness, they are capable of determining whether a person is truly qualified to become a master teacher or not. Smiling, Pavilion Master Jiang pointed to the front. You both only need to kneel here. When an ancestor acknowledges you, his tablet will fall. With every acknowledgement, you will earn a surge of aura. The more ancestors who acknowledge you, the greater the surge of aura will be. This is also an indication of their approval of your talent and their belief in your capability to reach greater heights. I see. Zhang Xian came to an understanding. Since he took the 2-star master teacher straight away, he had never been here, so he wasn't too sure of the proceedings. On the other hand, Imo Hongyi, already being experienced in this matter, wasn't too surprised by the process. If one fails to earn the acknowledgement of any ancestor, will one lose their master teacher qualification? Since there were those who weren't acknowledged by any as well, what would happen to them? They couldn't possibly strip a person of his license after all the hard work he put into passing the examination just because some tablets refused to acknowledge them. Of course not. Pavilion Master Jiang shook his head. Actually, it's common for one not to be recognized. The owners of these tablets were all powerful figures in their lifetime, and they only acknowledged those who managed to catch their eye. Under normal circumstances, the chances of a 1-star master teacher being recognized are less than 1%. Even for 2-star master teacher, the chances are only at 10%. 10%? The crowd was dumbstruck. This percentage was really way too low. At 3-star, the possibility will be raised to 20%. At 4-star, 40%, and at 5-star, 70%. Only 6-star master teachers have a 100% possibility of being acknowledged. However, the number of tablets that fall for them would be a completely different matter. Pavilion Master Jiang nodded. Even though they didn't have any master teachers beyond 2-star in their guild, this was all basic knowledge. As the Pavilion Master, he was well aware of such details. Zhang Xian finally understood the difficulty of the matter. A 6-star master teacher was a powerful expert whose stomp could cause an entire region to tremble regardless of where he went. Even the entire Myriad Kingdom Alliance could be easily destroyed before the might of such a figure. Yet, one had to reach such a level before there was a 100% chance they could be acknowledged. From this, the difficulty of the matter was clear to see. Receiving the acknowledgement from the ancestors is an honor. Those who've received the acknowledgement of more ancestors tended to be more talented, and most of them went on to achieve great things in the future. The most famous genius in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, Jun Ruohuan, managed to pass the 4-star master teacher examination before reaching his 30s, and his feat became a legend among the master teachers in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Back then, when he passed his 2-star master teacher examination, he earned the acknowledgement from 7 of the tablets. Su Shi turned to look at Zhang Xian and smiled. If the greatest genius in Tianwu Kingdom was Zhang Xian, then Jun Ruohuan was, indubitably, the number 1 genius of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Becoming a 4-star master teacher under 30? Zhang Xian was astounded. All of the master teachers he knew were mostly in their 70s and 80s. Under such a trend, to be able to pass the 4-star master teacher examination below 30 was indeed a formidable feat, and it bore testimony to the other party's talents. In comparison to him, even the number 1 genius of Tianwu Kingdom Mo Hongyi lost his radiance. The further one progressed as a master teacher, the more difficult the examinations became, the greater the demand on one's soul depth. Many talented experts ended up being stuck at 3-star for their entire life, unable to take the final leap to become a 4-star master teacher. Based on the classification of the guild headquarters, one was considered a primary master teacher from 1-star to 3-star, an intermediate master teacher from 4-star to 6-star, and an advanced master teacher from 7-star to 9-star. There was a huge gap in standing between 3-star to 4-star. It was as though the distance between Tongxian realm and Zhongshe realm, and ordinary people couldn't hope to make the leap. There's no need for you two to feel pressured about this. It's best to be acknowledged, but if not, there is no need for you two to worry. For the past 300 years, there hasn't been a person who succeeded before. All I hope is for a single exception to happen while I am still the pavilion master, so that I can brag about it when I visit the other pavilions. Pavilion Master Jiang smiled bitterly. Zhang Xian nodded. He was initially a little tense over the matter, but after learning that it wasn't necessary, he heaved a sigh of relief. But that was to be expected. Different master teachers had different expectations. It was possible for a talented master teacher to not meet the eyes of any of the ancestors. Besides, the owners of those tablets had already turned into dust, and all that was left of them was just a lingering will. It shouldn't be a big deal even if one failed to win their acknowledgement. Emo, sure, you should go first. After explaining the entire matter, Pavilion Master Jiang beckoned Emo Hongi forward. Yes, Emo Hongi nodded. There was a grim look on his face. Back then, when he was still a 1-star master teacher, he failed to earn the acknowledgement of any of the ancestors. As the number 1 genius of Tianwu Kingdom, especially after hearing the deeds of Jun Ruohuan, his motivation suddenly surged. If he were to succeed, he would leave a mark in history. At the very least, he wouldn't pale too much in comparison to Zhang Xian. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and kneeled onto the prayer mat at the very center of the room. Descendant Emo Hongi pays respect to the ancestors, and I earnestly plead for your acknowledgement. His voice was crisp. After finishing his words, his entire body bent forward, nearly touching the floor. How is it? Zhang Xian hurriedly turned his attention to the tablets. The other master teachers, including Su Shi and Ling Shi, also looked over in interest as well. Emo Hongi was the most talented genius in Tianwu Kingdom for the past millennium. Despite his young age, he had already passed the 2-star master teacher examination. Putting aside the monster, Zhang Xian, he was famous even in Xinyuan Kingdom. If such a person couldn't earn the acknowledgement of the ancestors, then the test of the teacher acknowledgement hall was indeed too difficult. No one dared to speak, and the entire room fell so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Gotcha. After a long period of time, just as everyone thought that there was no hope, a tablet fell over. Boom. Then, a surge of green aura flew from the depths of the hall and shrouded Emo Hongi. This is the same unique aura from the bestowment of Celestial Master Teacher. Upon seeing the aura, Zhang Xian was taken aback. Back when Zhang Xian was bestowed the title of Celestial Master Teacher, he had been shrouded by a unique aura which swiftly increased his soul depth. To think that the acknowledgement from the ancestral tablets in the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall would have the same effects. It was no wonder why a Celestial Master Teacher would be acknowledged by other Master Teachers even without an emblem. So, the aura that the others were talking about referred to this. How sparse. After confirming the identity of the green aura, Zhang Xian couldn't help but shake his head. When he became a Celestial Master Teacher, the green aura was as thick as billowing smoke, but the surge shrouding Emo Hongi was only around the thickness of a finger. This was just like the difference between a raging river and a small stream. In a few breaths, Emo Hongi managed to absorb it cleanly. Delight showed clearly on Emo Hongi's face as he stood up. He couldn't suppress the exhilaration in his heart. Even though only one ancestral tablet had fallen for him, he had at least won the acknowledgement of a single ancestor. With this, he had broken the record of the Tianwu Kingdom Master Teacher Pavilion for the past few centuries. Incredible! As expected of the number 1 genius of our kingdom. Finally, one of our master teachers is acknowledged. Good. That old fellow Zhao Shui won't be able to brag about this matter before me anymore. Upon seeing this sight, Pavilion Master Jiang, Elder Zhu, and the others couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. None of the master teachers in Tianwu Kingdom had ever earned the acknowledgement of the ancestors before. Seeing this sight before them, they couldn't hold back their agitation anymore. Not bad. To earn the acknowledgement of an ancestor as a 2-star master teacher, you have a bright future in front of you. Even I only managed to earn their acknowledgement upon reaching 3-star. Su Shi nodded in approval. Being approved at 3-star is already an incredible feat. I only managed to have a single tablet fall for me after becoming a 4-star master teacher. Seems like the talent of Mo Shi is indeed incredible. Ling Shi chuckled. Even Su Shi and Ling Shi failed to be recognized when they were still 2-star master teachers. From this, the difficulty of this trial was clear to see. All right, now that Mo Shi has obtained the approval of an ancestor, Zhang Shi, it's your turn. Recovering from his shock, Pavilion Master Jiang turned to Zhang Xian. The crowd immediately turned their attention to Zhang Xian as well. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.